first, and then we have Cottonwood, so we'll get that started a little early. Grady? Sorry.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. The item before you is going to have a staff report from our Finance Director for the Facilities District. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Pock.
I guess I forgot the roll call, sorry. Roll call for this special meeting?
Chairman Dickey.
Here.
Vice Chairman Friedel. Present. Board Member McMahon. Here. Board Member Charno.
Here.
Board Member Magazine. Board Member Spellich.
Present.
Board Member Grzybowski.
Present. Thank you. And I think the first item, we have to approve the minutes from May 3rd.
Yes. Mayor, you are correct.
Thank you. Can I get a motion, please?
So moved.
Second. Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And now we'll do the public hearing. Got ahead of myself.
All right. Guess good evening, board chair and board members. There aren't any changes to the Eagle Mountain final budget that was actually presented last month in the tentative budget, so it's $14,200. There isn't any expectation that that money will be spent next year, but just in case expenditures do come up, that's what we budgeted for. Are there any questions?
Anybody have any questions? Do we have any speaker cards on this? No?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
David, so is this just going to be like year to year? Is it ever going to go away, or what's the final disposition since it's all basically paid up? I'm just curious.
Correct. We have spoken with outside legal counsel as far as the CFD goes. It does need to remain in existence for 5 years past the payoff of the final bonds. And at that time, we can make that decision as far as if we're going to wind it up.
Thank you. So I'll close the hearing and then we'll take a vote. All right. Anybody want to make a motion, please?
Move to approve the final budget for Eagle Mountain CFD.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. We will adjourn and then go into the next one, which is the Cottonwood District. Kind of the same deal. I'll open that up. I don't think we need to do a roll call again. We will take a motion, please, on approving the minutes.
So moved. Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. David?
Thank you, David.
All right, kind of the same story here. There aren't any changes from the tentative budget that we presented last month. The assessment or tax levy will be adopted at the next council session on the 21st. That will send a file to the assessor's office to collect $149.46 per parcel located within Cottonwoods to cover maintenance and administrative costs for the district. Are there any questions?
Any questions or comment cards for this item? No? Yes, sir. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I had asked for a report on Cottonwoods. Did we get that?
It's underway. In fact, I've received information from both the town attorney and the town clerk because I was trying to be thorough and actually have in the report the reasoning behind the founding of the district and also what would be involved in the dissolution of the district. So you should be getting that, I believe, next week.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody like to make a motion, please? It's on page 5.
Move to adopt resolution CMD 2022-02.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to call this meeting to order. We will stand and do the pledge, please, and remain standing. Thank you. Please remain standing for a moment of silence. Thank you. Roll call, please.
Mayor Dickey,
Here.
Vice Mayor Friedel. Councilmember McMahon. Councilmember Charno. Councilmember Magazine. Councilmember Spellich. Councilmember Grosbowski.
Present.
Thank you. As always, our first item is reports by mayor, council, and town manager. Grady?
Thank you, Mayor. I have no formal report tonight, but I did want to recognize we have our new town clerk. Linda is with us. Linda Mendenhall has served as a deputy city clerk from Avondale, Arizona, and she also worked for several years as the support services manager with Maricopa County Flood Control District. So she brings with her outstanding experience. And we're very glad that our current clerk, who is still with us, that she is training under, so she'll learn all the systems in place. But we're very delighted to have Linda, and we're also at the same time very sad to see Liz Klein leave. And we'll be recognizing her as she gets closer to the end of the month. So thank you, Mayor.
Was that news to you, Liz? No, that she's having a party, not that she's leaving. Councilwoman?
Good evening, everybody. I just wanted to mention that as an advocate for the homeless, I hooked up with New Leaf Foundation, and there is a men's facility at the end of the 202, where the 202 meets the Beeline Highway. And Cindy Couture, who's in the audience, and she's running for council. Peggy Yeargain and I went out and we toured that facility, and it was amazing. It was amazing that the head of that place has worked there over 20 years. They provide beds, they provide clothes, they provide bicycles that the gentlemen have to purchase in order to get to work. They provide food, they provide job counseling and job search help. It is amazing to see firsthand how dedicated they are into helping men get back on their feet. There are other facilities around the valley. We just had time to do that one, but I'm really glad I did it because it made me realize that they aren't forgotten and they're being taken care of to the best of New Leaf's ability. So it was a great tour. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. I had the privilege of helping the Rotary set up flags around our fountain on Memorial Day. It was a great event, and the number of people that thanked us as we were doing that was just overwhelming and really heartfelt. So, and then I was at the memorial service at the War Memorial at 9 o'clock. I think I saw the mayor there and a couple of other people. So that was a very moving ceremony as well. It got kind of hot though. And then last week I attended the domestic violence meeting, and I'm pleased to announce that Governor Ducey signed into law Bill HB 2604 that extended the orders of protection from 1 to 2 years for people that are in need of that. And then June 15th is World Elder Abuse Awareness Day. So we want to make sure that people are aware of the fact that that is happening in our society today, and there's help out there for those people that have that need. So thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, I guess the only thing I would add is the dedication or ribbon cutting for the new splash pad. And so that was fun to see that opening and see little kids get wet. And I know it's been heavily used since then. It's only going to get hotter this week, so it's definitely a good addition to the town. So that was fun.
Thank you, Mayor. I attended the GPEC Board of Directors meeting also put on by GPEC Ambassadors Group, I toured the National Guard 161st Air Refueling Wing, which is located in the same area as Phoenix Sky Harbor. It was really cool. Nobody had any idea that it was there. You see it through your little tiny window of the airplane, but you're not really sure what it is, but now you know. They actually refuel airplanes in the sky. I also attended the GPEC Regional Report virtual meeting, which was the Arizona Innovation Ecosystem, which was very interesting. They talked about EVs, they talked about autonomous driving, all sorts of really cool, nerdy stuff. Today, I attended the League's Budget, Finance, and Economic Development Policy Committee. We had one recommended proposal that you guys will get. It was a unanimous vote. It was actually proposed by Goodyear, and it's kind of a no-brainer, and we have to do it today. It's about closing the meeting and opening the meeting when you go from a regular meeting to a special meeting. So I don't think you're going to have any problems with that in your resolutions committee. Also, I wanted to talk about the splash pad. I know Mike attended the grand opening, and I got to tell you, it is so cool. We are the envy of the entire valley with that thing. And I want to say kudos to the Community Services Department because we gave them kind of a tight budget, and they really were able to pull a rabbit out of the hat and got some really cool stuff. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We had something that, I know, Sharon, if you were in town, you would have come, which was a tour around the lake with the hip historian Marshall Shore. So he has a show on, and so we went around and talked a lot about the lake and the origin. We had volunteer appreciation. I think that was, it seems like a long time ago, but I think it was between meetings. That was a wonderful event on Memorial Day. I was on the nominating committee for the MAG Executive Committee, and so Avondale Mayor Ken Weiss, and you know him, he's going to be the new chair, and then Mayor Gallego moves up to the vice chair. It was kind of a pretty cool week, starting with the splash park. So it was like a multi-generational week for me because we did the splash park, then I went to Morningstar, did the high school graduation, and then wrapped it up with a story reading with little kids at the library. So it was a pretty good week. And when Alan gets here, we can ask him if he had anything going on. I think he's going to be here in 5 minutes or so. So thank you. Next, we have our stellar students, last time for the year. I saw you look up here. You know we're talking about you. So we always start with McDowell Mountain. And our first student is Emily Civis. There you are, Emily. So right up there. So Angela there, she's got their certificate. So when you come up, go to Angela and she'll give it to you, and then we'll take a picture. Emily is a perfect example of a stellar student. She's a role model in my class when it comes to working hard, taking risks, and never giving up on a challenge. She has a keen sense of how an engineer thinks and works well. She's a fearless problem solver, too. She's always willing to help a friend in need. I can't wait to see what amazing things Emily will accomplish next. So that's Emily. Yay, Emily. Also, from McDowell Mountain, we have Deuce Simon. Is Deuce here? You can stay up there, honey. We're going to take a picture when we're all done. Is Deuce here? Well, I will read about Deuce. Deuce is a stellar student every day in my class. Not only does he work hard, follow directions, and always do his best in class, he's a friend to all and is the first one to offer help to anyone who needs it. Deuce is extremely gifted in the STEM pursuits, loves engineering challenges, and basically anything technology related. He's a joy to have in class, and it's been a pleasure teaching him this year. So we'll clap for him even though he's not here. From the middle school, Carter Blair. Is Carter here? No? Okay, well, I'll read his. Carter is a superstar and an amazing student to have here at Fountain Hills Middle School. Whether it's a fist bump, a joke, or just a Carter smile, it's impossible to not have a good day when you get to interact with this amazing student. Carter Blair. Also, Fountain Hills Middle School, Scarlett Greco. Scarlett, are you here? Yay, come on up. Scarlett is one of those students you dream about having in class, and she's a hard worker and a friend to all. She's always willing to jump in and help out and makes every day awesome here at Fountain Hills Middle School. Yay, Scarlett. So I know that Jack Irwin from the middle school isn't here, but I will read the teacher comments. Jack does an amazing job here at Fountain Hills Middle School. He's a great student, a true leader, and represents our school well, both in the classroom and in his athletic pursuits. It's a joy to teach and interact with Jack each and every day. Jack, wherever you are. High school, Merrick Collins. Are you here, Merrick? Yay. An inquisitive mind who asks numerous questions about everything and anything. Kind and caring, honest, he's someone who will succeed through not only his personality, but his hard work and determination. He aspires to work in music. That's Merrick. And our last student is also not here, Cambria Van Orden. She is someone who sets big goals for herself and then breaks them into smaller, more manageable ones that she achieves with hard work and focus and determination. This helps keep her grounded and focused on her goals. Cambria, we appreciate you. Guys, we're just going to take a picture for the paper, if that's okay. Are we missing someone? No? Okay. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. Thank you, guys. Thanks very much. You probably noticed in your agenda that Captain Kratzer will be doing his report at our next meeting on the 21st. So now we have call to the public. Do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, we do, Mayor. The first is Lori Trawler.
I don't have this on paper. Hopefully this goes okay. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My topic this evening is 5G communications, the next advancement in cell phone usage being thrust upon all of us. Most Americans, including our friends in Fountain Hills, don't know anything about the issues of emissions from 5G, and that's because it's being done behind the scenes without the public's knowledge, reasons for which will be very obvious in just a few seconds. I feel the safety of those in our town is paramount importance. I will be providing you and the newspaper with an email after this meeting with links to studies conducted in the U.S. and abroad proving exposure from radiation emitted by 5G antenna is detrimental to human health, including death. I know many people roll their eyes thinking there's no way large communication companies would do something that would harm their customers, nor would the federal government allow such a thing. But you'll see when you read what I'm providing to you that there's some very good reasons why tens of thousands of communities around the world have prohibited or are actively pursuing the cancellation of 5G rollout in their communities. Not only is it harmful to people, the benefits of increased speed of 3 milliseconds to email each other won't be noticed. Please take the time to familiarize yourselves with the effects of 5G transmission, knowing full well that Fountain Hills can adopt a restrictive 5G small ordinance to protect those in the community. Some of the links I will be providing include a U.S. Naval Medical Research Institute report citing 2,300 scientific papers showing 127 negative human health effects, including death, associated with 5G emissions. German and Israeli studies showing the risk of developing cancer quadrupled among people living within 1,148 feet of cell phone antenna towers. Dr. Martin Powell from Washington State University, with two of his papers entitled Wi-Fi, an Important Threat to Human Health, and the 5G Risk Scientific Perspective. A published study by Bioelectromagnetics in the NIH entitled RF Radiation included changes in the prenatal development of mice, and the Bio-Initiative report that has an additional 3,600 peer-reviewed medical and scientific studies showing countless negative human health impacts from exposure to non-health wireless radiation. So I hope you read those, and I'll sum up by saying the U.S. Court of Appeals in 2021 ruled that the FCC failed to consider a non-cancer evidence regarding adverse health effects of wireless technology when it decided that its 25-year-old radio frequency emission guidelines from 1996 is what it's going to use to protect us in 2022. Petitioners in that case filed 11,000 pages of evidence of human harm from wireless technology, including evidence of already existing widespread sickness. In addition, the court went on to say the FCC completely failed to acknowledge, let alone respond. Please educate yourselves and show the community that you care for our health. Thank you.
Next is April McCormick.
Hi. Good evening. I'm April McCormick. I want to talk about the same issue that Lori addressed. We've all seen the 5G upgrades to the existing cell tower antenna sites. They're all over social media currently. These sites are now what's called 5G macro towers, which will work in conjunction with the 5G small cell antennas that are coming. Since we have no street lights, 5G antennas will be installed on what's called monopoles, wherever there is a transformer box on the ground in this town. They will be installed only 500 feet apart, which is one every 3 homes, 15 feet away from those homes, and each carrier will need their own antenna. The town has published statements in the Fountain Hills Insider and the Times saying they can do absolutely nothing about this, but that is not true. First, you need the help of an expert telecommunications attorney who has done this before and repeatedly without a legal challenge. Here is a proposal from attorney Andrew Campanelli to help you do just that. Briefly, here's what you can do. The FCC order and the state law gives you the right to deny 5G antennas based on aesthetic concerns. This town is devoid of all streetlights, so these monopoles are going to stick out like a sore thumb and be a pockmark on the landscape of our beautiful town forever. The 5G order also allows you to dictate the distance between 5G antennas. So instead of only 500 feet apart, you can mandate them being every 1,500 feet apart and only in commercial and retail areas. And while you can't consider the avalanche of evidence Lori spoke of, judges have sided with municipalities repeatedly who have asked for environmental assessments from the carriers. Of course, the carriers can't give you a zero-impact environmental assessment because it's been known for over 20 years if you put a cell phone next to a beehive, you'll have total hive collapse in a matter of days. The negative impacts on bees, birds, and aphids, etc. is incredibly well established. And according to renowned attorney Julian Gresser, you can require insurance and indemnification from illness and harm, including property damage associated with EMF overexposure. You can require reasonable surety bond on each cell installation for the cumulative effect of cell site densification. You can require active and continuous monitoring of cumulative effects of EMF and evidence of compliance. As of 2014, estimates were 20% of the population was already electromagnetic hypersensitive. The symptoms are so debilitating, the ADA recognizes this disorder, and sufferers are protected under Title II of the ADA Technical Manual. That means you have a fiduciary duty to protect those individuals and offer them special accommodations. Please go to wirelessradiationwatch.wordpress.com for more information. Thank you.
Crystal Kavanaugh.
Good evening. Fountain Hills resident, if we're still having to do that. Since the town manager and the mayor are the ones who set the agenda, I find it interesting that tonight, in the middle of summer, in an election year, You think it's a good idea to propose adding the burden to the community of a 4% pay increase for all town employees, including the various employees who make well over $100,000 and the town manager who is nearing $200,000. Essentially, it seems like you're trying to pit the fiscally responsible citizens against our town employees, no matter what the cost. This seems to be a common recurring theme, similar to when you favorably skewed the benefits of switching to the Arizona State Retirement System without fully explaining the additional costs to many of the employees and costs to the town when compared to the current 401k match. There was already a cost of living increase earlier this year for all employees. That was followed by a hefty salary raise for our town manager that passed 5-2 after a very limited discussion of why it was warranted, which included that he was a likable guy, that you didn't want to lose, and he answered emails on Sundays. Review the video. Our town employees are very valuable, but considering the devastating Citizens Street Commission information last month, which said your failure to act on maintaining and repairing our streets resulted in quadrupling the cost of repairs to as high as $60 to $80 million. Perhaps a pay raise is not the priority at this time. If you had put the money towards streets each year without deferring this, we would not be in such a disastrous situation. I hope the citizens realize that it is you who should be held responsible for the unavoidable tax increases resulting from any bonds needed to pay for this. Apparently funding pie-in-the-sky saguaro roundabout studies and park designs are more glamorous to throw our money at instead of addressing the very real priorities such as maintaining our current investments and fixing our streets. There is a big difference between wants and needs. Quit spending our money like drunken sailors on the wants while ignoring the needs such as streets. And no offense towards actual sailors. Thank you.
That's it for speakers. We did have one written comment come in from Claire Suchman, also opposed to the 5G towers.
Thank you very much. Grady, maybe the 5G discussion, I know that we had some articles in the paper, but some of the stuff that was brought up about the kind of things that we can do, you know, aesthetics and spacing and such, maybe we can put something out there. Because I'm not aware of any push, you know, right now to be doing this. So
we'll definitely look into the information that we've heard tonight. We had heard from a previous resident probably about 6 weeks ago, and we did put some updated information on our website about the Arizona State law that we're pretty much under, we need to comply with. But I'm curious to see the information that you have talked about, and so we will see what we can do about maybe updating what we have on our website based on that information. Thank you.
Thank you. And then, you know, as going forward, if we get efforts, if we see efforts to do this, then we could be prepared.
Definitely.
Thank you. Next is our consent agenda. Does anybody want to take anything off, or do I get a motion?
Move to approve.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Our first item on our regular agenda is a public hearing about a liquor license. So I'll open the public hearing, and I don't know if this is something, Grady, are you doing the liquor license, or somebody else?
Actually, the finance director, his staff,
All right.
handles the licensing on this, so I'll go ahead and turn it over to him.
Thank you.
Good evening again. I think I'll be here for a while, so sorry. Actually, this is a existing liquor license at DC Desert Canyon Golf Club, DC Bar and Grill. They did have a change in one of their members of the LLC that owned the license, so they just have to apply under the new name with the new members.
Thank you. Do we have any comments from council or any speaker cards? David?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I rise in approval of this. Sonia and Martin are the owners and great individuals who bend over backwards for the American Legion and the Sons of the Legion golf outing, as well as the Elks providing discounted rates in prime season when they could make a lot of money. They've also been very charitable in other things around the town as far as donating rounds of golf and everything. So I just want to speak on their behalf, and I'm totally for this.
Thank you. Alan?
Just curious as to why this is on the regular agenda.
Well, this is different from, just a special event liquor license, so this has to have a public hearing,
Thank you.
which I think is over. So I'll close it and can get a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Thank you. Thank you, Dave. Our next item is the public hearing on our final budget. This is our little awkward extra meeting in a meeting. So I'll open the public hearing, and we'll hear a report, and we can discuss it, and then, well, we'll just do everything in order. So we'll just open the public hearing on the budget. Thank you.
All right. So here we are. This is the fifth month in a row that you've had to listen to me talk about budget. Started way back when at the council retreat in February. Then we had a CIP meeting in March, budget workshop where you received the proposed budget in April. Tentative budget was adopted last month. And then here we are with final budget. So as far as an update, as far as where we are this year with our TPT, which is our largest segment of income for the general fund, we're doing really well, as you can see. As far as budgeted amounts, we're $1 million over where we thought we would be at this point in the year. May is still not closed. We don't have those final numbers from DOR, but I did check this morning, and right now we're about 1.5 million for May. So that's, I don't know if it'll show up. So it's about there. So we are looking good for this year.
David, if I may, do you want to just kind of explain the town council's financial policies and what happens, when you have this surplus at year end and what it does for the budget?
Sure. So as far as the general fund and our adopted policies for finances, the general fund, if we have any excess revenues or any unused expenditure authority in the general fund, that excess first goes to maintain our reserves, which is the stabilization fund or rainy day fund. And then we have a set amount that we keep in unrestricted in the general fund for ongoing operations. And then that excess gets transferred to the capital projects fund. So, All right, any questions on this year's TPT? All right. So as far as year-end estimates, you received some of these during our budget workshop. These, since we're getting closer to the end of the year, we're getting a little bit better at predicting what these are going to end up being. As far as the restricted fund balances, should end up with about 3.6 million overall. Committed fund balance around 8.6. As you can see at the top line, that's our rainy day fund. Then assigned funds, these are all basically restricted by our town policies. That second line item, the 5.9 million, includes the 4.2 million of ARPA savings. Since we used the 4.2 million to pay public safety invoices, the general fund that normally would have paid those are the savings. They're in the facilities reserve because that's managed by our investment advisors and get a little bit better return.
So David, the
Yes.
extra 4 million there, we decided as a council was mostly going to, obviously, facilities reserve, but streets. Last year, there was 2 million more going to streets, and next year there will be close to 4 million more going to streets. And I also wanted to point out that when we have these hearings, this odd meeting is always in June, correct? This is when we do the budget.
Yes.
Thank you.
And you are correct as far as the, we had 2 million in fiscal year '22 that was a result of savings from the CARES Act, which was a couple years ago. That went to streets. And then for next year, we've got a suggested budget transfer of 4.2 million. That'll actually be the savings for fiscal year '23 for the ARPA savings. And then this 4.2 that's in the facilities reserve, the following year in '24 would be transferred out into the streets. And then as far as unassigned, you can see that at the bottom. Last year, we had the 2.5 million from the CARES Act there. If you take that out, we're basically ending the year, this year, the same place we were last year.
Which means, obviously means we're going back to the future.
Yes.
Once we don't have the CARES Act money, we go back to around 2 million a year?
For the streets?
Yeah.
Yes. So then as far as the summary of all funds, you can see there, the stability matrix, we're in a, we haven't changed that much from last year. We've still got about 50% of our general fund revenues, the average for 5 years, in unassigned, and we can go about 6 months, about half the year. So we're doing good there. Any questions on that? It's kind of the basis, the kickoff for fiscal year '23. So as far as notes and updates since last month, we did adopt the tentative budget on May 3rd. That set the maximum fiscal year '23 budget at $46.1 million. Of that amount, $4.4 million is in the general fund as contingency. That's basically because our revenue expectations are a certain amount. We have to have a balanced general fund budget. So we had to raise expenditures by $4.4 million to make it balance. Obviously, if we don't receive those revenues, they can't be spent. Same situation in the special revenue fund. We added $5 million in contingency there, just in case we do get some infrastructure grants from.
Yeah, David, which funds can we legally, I mean, without violating state law, move into, for example, using for streets?
We could move any of the fund money.
And that would amount to roughly how much money are we talking about?
If we were to clean out all the other funds to put into streets?
Just for the sake of discussion.
So back to the prior slide, we'll have a total fund balance of 28.5. 4 million of that's our rainy day fund. That's set by council. That wouldn't be able to be moved. We have to.
You said it would not be able to be moved?
Right.
Right.
Based on, we have to have our rainy day fund as
Right.
far as council policy goes. Then we also have the unassigned 20% that we have to maintain. Obviously, the HERF monies are already in the streets fund. That's probably our most restricted fund. Everything else could be put in there. In the
Yeah,
streets if
I'm
you
not
want to
arguing
spend
for doing
$20
that.
million, so.
I'm not arguing for doing that. I just want to get a sense of where all that is. There is money, but we have it in certain funds for a reason.
Correct.
And even the rainy day fund, we could change the policy if we wanted to.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you.
The only thing that we cannot change are these restricted funds as far as we can't use bond money, that's collected in any of those debt service funds, or the development fee funds. We wouldn't be able to use those, except for the streets development, so. All right, so then as far as the tentative budget, we didn't have any substantive changes that were requested by council at that time. So this budget, the final budget is $46.1 million. As far as the general fund, which is the operating account of the town, if you take out the contingency from last year and this fiscal year '23 budget, there's a difference of about $700,000 or a 3.6% increase. I don't have this as a bullet point, but I just want to make the point, again, this is strictly budget. It doesn't mean it's going to get spent. It's just, we would have the authority to spend it. So as far as the general fund, we've got 24.8 million in revenues and 24.8 million in expenditures budgeted. Like I said, 4.4 of that is in contingency. These are the revenues broken down by source. You can see sales tax revenue is by far the largest of these. We did have an increase in the InterGov revenue for next year. That was basically due to a couple, to the income tax, the shared income tax. There were a couple collections during the COVID years, so they had two collections that basically just increased that amount for next year. Any questions on revenues? All right, as far as expenditures, the numbers are the same. If there's any questions, the contingency is in that top line, the general government. Overall, the increase in general fund, 9.4%.
I think some citizens might ask why an increase of 9.4%, which to some people will seem like a lot. What goes into that?
So most of that is driven by the contingency. If you take the contingency out of there, it wouldn't be 9.6 anymore.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
It wouldn't be the 9.4% increase anymore. I think last year we had just over 4% or 4 million in contingency.
I just think it's important to clarify that.
Right. Most of that would be driven because our revenue projections are higher than they were this year. So we have to raise expenditures with the contingency number to balance it.
Mayor, I'll just have, David, you want to just kind of explain contingency and how that works? You know, we use it for grants and things like that, just so we have budget authority to expend the money if we do receive grants,
Correct.
right?
As far as the contingency, each fund, we do have a contingency number, or most funds, I should say, we have contingency in. Grants, or the special revenue fund being one of them. That's like the 5 million that we were talking about earlier in case infrastructure grants come through. Basically, if you take out our contingency, like I said, I think it was 20.4 million in expenditures budgeted for next year. That would be our base kind of amount if we weren't, if we were expecting a really bad year and our revenues weren't coming in as expected. That's what we would need to operate. Now, that being said, our general fund, I went back and looked at it. For last year, I think we actually only spent about 70% of our general fund budget last year for fiscal year 21. So you could take $6 million off the 20,000. So 14.5 million is what we're basically operating at. I'll also say that if we do need contingency in other funds, or if we needed to move budget authority around, we come to council for each of those. So, all right, so then we'll move on to the streets fund. Next year, at the moment, we have 5.9 million budgeted for streets next year, with revenues of 4 million. That's not counting the transfers that are recommended. So here you can actually see the amount with the transfers included, recommended 4.2. That's basically our ARPA savings for next year.
I want to mention the Streets Citizen Committee because that they are advising, and they haven't come up with a final report yet, but it's no secret that the $60 million was actually what we anticipated for 10 years back in 2016, 17. I wasn't on the council, but when they went for the property tax at that time, it was with the idea that we would be having to make up that much money into the future. And the Streets Committee was one of the directions that this council took so that we could have fresh eyes on what has been a dilemma since 2000 or so, when the the fire district went away, and the road district went away before that, which were both primary property taxes that people like me and Mike, who've been here forever, paid primary property taxes for public safety and for roads in Fountain Hills all these years. So it really was something that was bound to happen once those districts went away. And after repeated attempts to backfill or whatever with different attempts, and we did do the road on Saguaro, but the $60 million amount that was brought up at our last budget meeting was not a mystery or a new number, as Alan knows. So we are lucky or fortunate, or however you want to say it, that we are able to have this right now, this $4 million, and extra from last year and extra from next year, but it doesn't change the fact that the Citizen Committee is still tasked, as we are, with coming up with a longer-term solution, which has evaded us for decades. So just wanted to mention that. Thanks.
I would, Mayor, if I may, I just want to add one side note. One of the reasons we want the committee to come back to us with a recommendation is we want to know what to do about our neighborhood streets, which is absolutely critical and that we haven't really been able to address.
Thank you, Mayor. I hate to be the fly in the ointment, but I can't sit here and listen to discussions like this. The $60 million was anticipated in 10 years. We've done nothing for the last 4 to 6 years as far as the backlog on these roads in this town. David, you said there's been no real changes for our CIP. I thought we had discussion here previously about pulling some items off that were funded. Where are we at with that? Did those get pulled? Are they still on the budget? If they are, I'm not a no, I'm a loud no on this budget until that's rectified, because we're heading into unseen times. We've had COVID money to help us out, which has been mentioned here a couple of times. Where do we go in the middle of a recession with $60+ million worth of backlogged road repair to do? And we've got projects out here that we can never build or fund that we're doing designs and studies for. And I'll say it again, they have to be pulled or I'm a no on this budget. Thank you.
Please, no applause. Any comments on this? Alan?
Just that he's not the only fly in the ointment. I'm going to keep him company because we have talked about some of the items that are in the budget that I think are problematic. Whether or not we took them out and they'd have any real impact on roads is another question. It would depend on what it added up to. I guess I'm not convinced that even if we took out several of the bigger projects, that it would make a big difference. The other problem is, I mean, yes, we could pull some out and do some neighborhood streets. The problem with just doing some neighborhood streets is that the ones you don't do, everybody around them is going to be screaming and yelling. You've done their streets, why aren't you doing our streets? So I'm not in disagreement. I just don't know if we can raise enough money to make a difference.
These are difficult decisions, and we have a responsibility to this town. It's not going to be easy to dig our way out of this. I think we all know that, and we all recognize that. So, yes, you're right. We could do a few side streets. Would it make a big difference? Maybe. You know, it would show this town that we are actively engaged in getting some of these things, some of this backlog cleaned up. We're not going to have the buffer of future COVID money. We've seen what that's done to our economy right now, with inflation running rampant right now. And I'm sure the cost of doing these roads is going up. It's not sitting static either. So, again, we've got to address it somehow.
So you don't want to wait until the committee comes up with what we tasked them with, which is to come up with a longer-term solution. We're putting $4 million more into roads, and we have added more to roads every year up until this time. It hasn't been 2 million, 2 million. We've done more than that. And especially last year, we put an extra 2 million in. And the other thing about the projects that you're talking about that are, iffy, they're in there because, again, we're applying for some grants for some infrastructure money, especially the access to the park, maybe the roundabout can be like a safety thing, but there are, and especially the water management, are all aspects or have ability to be applied for. So we are kind of stuck with having that in the budget for the $5 million, extra $5 million. But again, none of those happen automatically. So whatever, if it's the shade structure or whatever it is that we don't want to do or don't like or whatever, that would be the time. But as I said at the last meeting and the meeting before, when I asked about keeping these items in, that I could tell it wasn't 100% against them. So there was not a clear picture that if we'd voted right then and there, they would have failed anyway. But keeping them in doesn't do any harm. I guess that's what I'm saying. This is the cap of what we can spend, and nothing will just happen automatically. And if we're not ready with water management or intersections and such, like Palisades and La Montana, then if we do get some of that $5 million, we'll be left without a plan in place. So that's why we ask to go on with it in this way, which usually this exercise tonight is usually fairly, uncontroversial, because it's usually because we've talked about these things already, so.
I'm not adverse to waiting for the Streets Committee. I think it's brilliant. Those guys have 300 years of experience. I don't have. They're the experts, so we need their input, absolutely. But I think it starts right here with pulling some of these items. Any non-discretionary spending, I think we need to take a hard look at it, and I'm just telling you, tough times are coming, and they're going to be here sooner than we realize, and then we're going to be stuck. It's going to be worse than we can imagine.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Where to begin, right? There was a bond package, I don't know how many years ago, for $30 million for streets, because they knew years ago already this was an issue, and that was turned down. The property tax vote was turned down. They did approve the Saguaro, voters did approve the Saguaro bond proposal. Now we have to spend $1 million, to maintain Shea Boulevard and Saguaro Boulevard. And, putting all the COVID money aside, $2 million just normally per year for streets, isn't chump change. And so I think we're doing as much as we can. You could piecemeal, 50 grand here, 50 grand there. I understand that. I can't disagree with that. But on the other hand, the other extreme of that argument is, like the whole community services department, Parks and Rec, that's not a necessity. That's a kind of a nice to have, really, all of our parks. So you could carry that argument to the nth degree, and it just doesn't make much sense. People want our community center. We're obviously going to hear about some of that tonight later. People want our parks, and they want all of our different departments. So to me, it's just like, we could do public safety, police and fire and streets and, some planning and zoning, I guess, and that would be it. But that's not what we want. That's not what the citizens want. And I just think you have to think bigger picture. And some of us, so I remember our first work session 4 years ago, Councilman Spellage proposed a street fee. It was like kind of based on our environmental fee at the time. And, legally we can't do it. Our hands are tied many, many ways in terms of financing this kind of stuff. They're very limited options, and so environmental fee went away. Dave's, limited street fee couldn't happen legally. I think we're doing as much as we can, but yet trying to keep the town quality of life to a point where it's more than just streets too. So some of us, raised the sales tax several years ago. That was, I think, a 5-2 vote or 4-3, I don't remember. But, thank goodness for that as well. Because yes, if we do go into recession, obviously the CARES or the COVID money's not going to happen every year. So sales tax is our biggest revenue source, as David just outlined. So, we're trying to do as much as I can. I think I just tend to disagree with this cherry picking little things. It's almost to me a political ploy to, raise things during an election. And I just think in an off year that wouldn't be an issue.
Madam Mayor. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not seeking re-election, so this is definitely not a political thing. We sit up here and we talk about it's only 50,000, 25,000, 75,000. I don't know about anybody up here, but $5,000's a lot of money to me. So this notion that, well, it's just a little here and a little there, all this adds up. And no matter how much we put towards this, who cares that their street got done? The person whose street got done. So I don't care if it's a couple blocks or what it is, but these pie-in-the-sky things that we think that we need, these grand staircases down to the fountain and roundabouts and all of this stuff, when I came on this council, I tried to find ways that we could make money, find revenue, the courts, just everything. So to me, I don't care what amount of money we save money. And there's not many times that I agree with Councilman Magazine in 4 years. But let me tell you something. I'm on the Magazine bandwagon. I'm on the Friedel bandwagon. I don't care what it is. Things that we don't need right now. And here's a newsflash. We're not coming up on a recession. We are in a recession. If you don't see that, then I'm never going to give you $1 to hold for me. So I just get aggravated when we say that, well, this is only $50,000 or this is only $25,000. All of this adds up. And if it's your street that gets done because we saved $100,000 or $125,000, well, then that's good. And I'm happy you got your street done. Pull these things that we know are not going to be seen through. And then if the economy picks up or if then things change, then let's address it. But now is not the time.
A couple of comments that have been made that I'm having a little difficulty with, which is that we can keep some of these things in the budget, in the CIP, for example, and see if we get a grant. Here's the problem. The public doesn't understand that. They don't think that's transparent. If it's in the budget, they're going to assume we're going to spend it. If you've got a roundabout in the budget, whatever you've got in the budget, people think that's what we're going to do. And I think that's difficult. I've talked often about communication being the biggest problem we have. Not just us, every city and town in America. But when we say we can leave it in the budget and see what happens, that's not what the people see. They don't see the fine print. They just see those issues, those projects as part of the budget. And let me just say to my colleague, my good friend colleague, Mike Charno, there's no ploy here. And I totally agree. We have to maintain the town. We have to make it as livable as possible. We need to make sure that people enjoy what we have. And there are times when we have to compromise and say yes to some and no to others. And I just think we have to look at it that way.
Yes, good discussion, and I think that if the council, I like what the vice mayor had to say, I like what all of you had to say individually. We did agree when we were in the budget workshop because there were some concerns about some projects that were identified as maybe nice but not necessary, but still would be good quality of life types of projects in the capital improvement budget. That we would come back before council before we would go proceed with those. And so I think what I'm hearing the mayor say is she was kind of reminding us about that. There are some truths to this infrastructure bill. What has happened in the past when we've had stimulus money with the last Great Recession, having the design already done on projects made you kind of get to the front of the line for infrastructure projects or infrastructure grants. And we know there's going to be some that we're probably going to qualify for, but you want to make sure that you have some of these already in design. So what I suggest doing, council already kind of directed us, but it's good that we're having this discussion because we're hearing a lot from residents where our financial realities have changed somewhat from maybe 3 months ago. So I think what we do is we go forward with the budget as presented, and then we will not necessarily do the capital projects that are in the list that you're going to approve tonight. We'll come back to you and get you to check in before we go to the trouble of doing a request for proposal or spending a lot of staff time and effort to move forward with those. We already know that there were a handful of what I would call those projects that were not consensus-oriented projects, and then we also had some that were definite must-haves and have to be done. So we pretty much know which ones, but I think we'll just check back in. We'll probably come back and have a list that you see when we come back after the summer and get you to check in on those and just validate those. And then if there's anything that you don't agree with, I think the vice mayor indicated that earlier, that maybe some of that money can get swept into the capital fund. Now, that isn't going to have the impact necessarily that you might think it would be, but it's maybe making an effort, and it's more probably the optics of what you might be able to do and what the public sees. So I completely understand that. So if the council's okay with that, and we're not yet to the capital budget, but I would suggest that that's what we do, that you consider approving the capital budget as is, and if you want to put something in the motion when you're adopting the budget tonight, that we come back on the capital budget and get you to check back in on the list, then we'll do that. So
That's a great idea. I'll go ahead with that. But I also want to just say, Mike, this isn't a Republican or a Democratic issue. This is a town issue. This is the town of Fountain Hills issue. And anybody that's reasonable and responsible would agree with that statement. And I can list 4 projects right now that total $1.4 million. It ain't 50,000 here and 50,000 there. But Grady, that's a good suggestion. So as long as we have that in there, I'm good to go, I think.
I appreciate that we're discussing leaving the items in there because there are a number of things that we cannot apply for grants for if we don't have the plans laid out. And I know this because that's why we had the broadband task force for the state of Arizona. If we didn't have a roadmap as to where we were going to put the funds and how we were going to do this, then the state wouldn't come and give us the money that they just got from the feds. So it is very important to me that these items stay in there, and if the grants come through, then at that point bring it forward and we vote if we want to spend whatever it is to pacify the grants. I think that's very important that it needs to stay in there. I remember at one point Justin was talking about a road that was like, I want to say it was a mile long. I don't remember the name of the road, but it was the exact situation where all of the neighbors had their little ulterior roads done, and everybody on this really long road was upset because theirs hadn't been done. And the price he gave us at the time was like $800,000 or $850,000 for that one mile-ish road. And I'm totally pulling out of memory, so don't make me quote anything later. But I just wanted to bring that up, that these roads are a big chunk, but thank you for leaving that stuff in there. I appreciate that.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, and to that point, I mean, getting back to the streets per se, I mean, we do have a comprehensive plan in terms of what streets get what maintenance, what year, and that was adopted in that manner because the former system was a lot more expensive, and we were doing this zone work where, yeah, all the streets in one area would get worked on, and then all of a sudden all these surprises popped up, and the money kept going up and the expenses. So, and I understand it's hard for citizens to see that. I mean, I've seen it in my own neighborhood as well, but it's just like, you know, and it's like, we have a plan, and I know people are like, well, seems like a crazy plan, but it makes the most sense economically, and it's the most efficient. So that's just how it is, you know.
I want to also say maybe along those lines, we have short memories, and we did the entire downtown. We did a lot of, Justin did a ton of work getting streets done in the last 2 years or so. And to jump to another conversation about how much we care about businesses and how much we care about our downtown, that was a specific plan that the council at the time really wanted to happen, and we made it happen. And so there are again, there's never going to be enough for everything that needs to be done, which we knew 10 years ago. But we're working on it, and we've not only just planning, but putting thousands, millions of dollars into streets every year. And we will continue to do that. And especially over the next couple of years, we will have the opportunity to put some really larger amounts into streets, which, again, that's a decision we made. We got this at $4 million. We could have said, and we talked about saying, well, let's just put it all towards the liner, and everybody be like, oh, it'd be so great, because when the liner fails, we'll be all ready to go. But we said, no, we want to put it into roads, and that's what we're doing. So I appreciate, Jerry, what you're saying, that if we can move forward with this in a way that has a fail-safe on it, we will do that.
If we have a check and balance, and I don't want us waiting forever for grants that may not ever show up, so we need some kind of a idea as to how long we're going to wait for these grants and that type of thing. And then we pull this project and we get that money into our streets because we may never get a grant. If that money dries up, I mean, it may never happen.
And that, you know, that's a really good point, because this is time of the essence. This infrastructure bill is just billions of dollars to Arizona, right? So we're applying, but again, I don't even know which project, but let's just say the shade structure. I don't think there's majority wanting to pull that. So I think we need to talk about each of these as they come up. There may be constituencies that want them, there may be constituencies that hate them, and I think that is something that maybe we would gain some information on at that point also. And again, roundabout, whether you like them or hate them, it's in the downtown development plan. It's in a general plan that was voter approved to make the median a place for businesses, for walking. So maybe the businesses have the right to weigh in on that if that project does end up coming to us. But we won't move on it until, until you will have plenty of time to have input on it. All of us will.
All right. To that point, I'll just wanted to make this one point on the streets fund before we do move on to the capital fund. As far as the budget that we have before you tonight, we do have $5.9 million budgeted for the streets fund at this point. We do have more revenues showing, since we do have that extra 4.2 that's going into the fund, if that gets approved by council. So at some point, if we do get close to reaching this $5.9 million limit, we will be coming back to council to move contingency into this fund so that we could use the remaining $2 million. I would like to say, as far as the vice mayor's point, we will be having a meeting in November going over the final numbers and presenting the financial statements in November. So that would be probably a good time to check back on that, and then or during one of the quarterly financial reviews that we do. All right, what everybody's been waiting for. So as far as the capital projects fund, currently we have $8.2 million budgeted. 4 capital projects. They're broken up primarily between Public Works and Community Services. And then a list of the Public Works requests for this year. As you'll notice with the 2 items with the asterisks next to them, those based on prior discussion at the tentative budget, there wouldn't be any staff work done on those projects until it was approved by council. That is about as clear as I could get on that.
Can I ask you something about, so sidewalk infill and design? Somebody was asking me a little bit about, because I know that with the big $2 million, we're going to do Saguaro, let's see, is it Colony to Palisades to Colony?
Justin, you want to?
Like what, because they asked me specifically between, they used the crosswalk, and they asked me specifically between the crosswalk, but I don't think the $2 million is going that far down, is it?
Madam Mayor, council members, no, ma'am, you are correct. The $2 million grant will be for sidewalk gap infill on Saguaro from Colony to Fountain Hills Boulevard on both sides, and on Palisades from Saguaro to Fountain Hills Boulevard on the north side.
Is there a chance any of this 300,000 would be on Saguaro?
Madam Mayor, no. That $300,000 is part of a multi-year capital project for gap infill for projects that are identified in the short and long-term sidewalk infill plan, and more importantly, the newly adopted active transportation plan, which primarily, and we're going to be discussing this later in this meeting, we're going to be focusing on the downtown.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
David, could I ask you a question?
Yes.
Refresh my memory. So when we did the bond for Saguaro Boulevard, do you remember how long that bond was for?
I believe it was 5 years.
5 years? Okay, all right. Thank you.
Yeah. And there were some reasons for 5 years. It's very unusual for any kind of bonding for a capital asset to be less than 20 years for an asset that has like a life of 20 or more years. So if there is any future bonding, I would highly recommend that it be at least for the useful asset life of 20 years.
I just don't want to see us get into a situation where we're bonding for 20 years on a road that's only good for 15, and then we still have 5 years to pay on it.
No, it's a good point, but our roads, if we do all the preservative treatments and everything that in the life cycle of a road, you'll get more than 20 years out of it. And the other reason why you want to really go 20 years is why have just the residents pay for it that are here today? Why not the residents who are going to use it 15 years past the 5-year period? So it really should be all people that are using it should be paying for it.
All right, as far as the park requests, you can see there's one project there, the pavilion, that also has the asterisk next to it. Any questions on those? We got one more. No.
Yeah, one. David, what's the Centennial Pavilion? Remind me.
Rachel's umbrella.
The umbrella.
Oh, that's a euphemism. That's a euphemism for a big umbrella. I get it.
All right. So then we've talked a little bit along the way as far as the transfers. We do not budget for transfers because that would be against the accounting rules that I have to follow. But we would be moving 4.2, or looking for council to approve moving the 4.2 from the general fund to the streets fund. That transfer would most likely happen right after we get the audit complete, all the final fund balances nailed down. And then the facilities reserve, another 1.5, same as last year, with $1 million earmarked for the liner set aside. That's not saying that it has to go towards that. It can be moved just like everything else. And then 500,000 for the environmental fund to keep that alive. Any questions? And that does it for the final budget.
Thank you. Any further discussion by council? Do we have any speaker cards on the budget?
No speaker cards, just the 2 written comments that everyone received a copy of.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, so I will close the hearing. And we are recessed and going into our special meeting, where I think all we need to do is the resolution. Is that true? Okay. So let me say, if like, say, Jerry, if you wanted to do it, the adoption, you could add, the language to just make it part of the minutes, if you'd like.
We're going to recommend approval of adoption of Resolution 2022-19 with language stipulating that any project will come back to the council for our okay.
What I would do is, with the understanding that a list of projects will come back for council consideration for approval.
Council consideration for discussion and approval. And can we get any kind of a timeline in there for these grants, that we're not going to wait for 5 years for a grant? What's a reasonable way to handle that?
We've been waiting, and because there's so many different agencies that are responsible, it's not like just one grant, and you've got, highways and roads, and you've got water and wastewater infrastructure. I don't know what to tell you. I thought it would have been done by now as to what the rules are going to be and what you can apply for. So I don't think there's any.
With a reasonable amount of time for.
It'll expire in a year, because it's this budget, so,
okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a good point. 23 is supposed to be when the money would be available to apply for.
So that's the motion.
Second. Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much.
This is a true testament to see how sharp and on her feet our new clerk is.
Yes, your first one. We have 2 meetings in one. So, in fact, I will open our regular meeting back up. And let's see, what's our next item? Okay, this is the implementation of our budget. So you are still up, Dave.
I think it's my last one, so you can get some fresh blood up here. Okay, so as far as the implementation memo goes, as you're well aware, we do have adopted financial policies that are set by the council. This takes it a little bit further, describes how transfers can be done in between funds, between departments, within departments. Also goes through any changes to personnel, assigned or authorized positions, the org charts, the comprehensive fee schedule. Basically takes everything that rolls into the budget and puts it in one spot so that we know what's getting approved each year. I don't have a presentation for it. I did save the
Anybody have
attachments in
any
case we have any
questions or speaker cards on this item? No? Motion, please, on 359?
Move to adopt Resolution 2022-20.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much. Next item is about the Pump House Pilot Art Project. Grady?
Yes, Mayor and Council, you recall a couple years ago there was a concept for having a new mural that would replace the previous mural that was over at the Pump House. The Pump House is there on El Lago. and it's a stuccoed wall that faces the street. The Public Art Committee has a different concept that they proposed to staff, and staff is going to go ahead and present a staff report on their request. I think it's kind of an interesting concept. I'll turn it over to Ms. Goodwin, Community Services Director, who will give the report on this item.
Mayor and Council, I'm actually just going to introduce the project. I think Grady did a great job giving you some background. The project is proposed to be displayed on the called the Pump House Wall, which is where the mural formerly was around our pump house system down in Fountain Park. So just so everyone has kind of a visual of where we're talking about. With that, I'm actually going to ask Dory Wittrig, there you are, Dory, to come on up with me. She is going to be representing our Public Art Committee this evening, offering some insights, and then the PowerPoint is here for you to use if you'd like to talk about the different.
No, I'll let you.
Okay.
Why don't you go through that first?
Okay, we can do that. Again, this is sort of a visual of what the Public Art Committee has designed for the Pump House project. You can see the rendering there of the wall with essentially a gallery wall. It's featuring 4x8 commissioned pieces. This is a rendering of what the installation would look like. The committee would put out a call to artists and it would be a national call to artists for 2D art. That would essentially be chosen, all of the applicants would be chosen to be whittled down to 8. They expect over 100 applications. Of the 8 finalists, they would be creating 4x8 panels to be displayed on the wall. They have a theme to guide the applicants, which is Legends and Lore of the Valley of the Sun. Each panel would be labeled with the artist's name, title, the piece, and a small description, and potentially a sponsor of the piece. These panels would be displayed, again, on the pump house wall with a bracketing system that's been kind of custom designed for this type of project so that it is secure and safe for public interaction. And then all of the costs for the project would be incurred by the Fountain Hills Cultural and Civic Association through the Public Art Committee. So one more rendering. This gives you kind of a close-up to sort of show the bracketing system. Keep in mind that this project is considered a pilot, so a 1-year trial would be in place, so to determine the public support of the project and if the committee will continue with this concept. Overall, the benefits bring in new and fresh art on display for the public in a rotating basis annually. So that's kind of the drive behind there to create continual interest and continual viewing. With that, I'm going to pass it over to Dory. She's got a bit more information for you.
Hello there. Okay, so my name is Dory Wittrig. I'm a past president of FHCCA, but also past chair of the Public Art Committee. So I'm here tonight on behalf of the Public Art Committee and also Jenny Woolagrad, who's also held those same positions and is the current chair of the committee. Jenny couldn't be here tonight, so you get me. Regarding the Pump House pilot project, it's named pilot because there's a charter effort that we will likely need to tweak in the future, and Pump House because we're trying both to prime the pump of the interactive community-based art, public art collection, while also covering the backside of the Pump House wall of our famous fountain, a most visible part of our park that is seen by thousands of visitors to the park each month. The back of the Pump House wall, which is 80 feet long and 6 feet high, is very visible to the public and has for a long time been either a source of great pride, as local groups would create artistic murals, or a great source of frustration, because the masonry medium of the wall and the amount of moisture in the area from the fountain and landscape spray doesn't allow for longevity after so many thousands of hours of volunteer work to create the mural. Several years ago, in a show of public-private partnership, Jenny and I, Rachel, and others on the Public Art Committee undertook an update of the Public Art Master Plan, a section of your town code. One of our goals in doing this was to transition the public art effort from its formative years as being acquisition-focused to a new era when the collection would be matured, strengthened, and become more transitory and interesting showcase of the talent of local and regional artists. Public art can be made more interesting when it is fresh And we wanted to create a town code mechanism that would welcome visiting or temporary art projects, to retire out of the collection pieces when age, relevancy, and condition deemed it appropriate, and to build the stature and the integrity of the collection. We started the update of the town code in 2018, and this town council fully approved all elements of it in 2020. The Public Art Committee, who works closely each month with town staff to guide the public art process, recently came up with a plan to improve the pump house wall, following all the tenets of the new public art master plan. That plan is what you see before you, and Rachel went into very nice detail, so I won't do that unless you have questions. This plan will be funded by the FHCCA. We will do it through a program of financial sponsorship raised from local individuals and businesses who may then have the opportunity to own the large 4x8 piece of art when it is retired after a year. We are even discussing that in future versions of this project, we may have the opportunity to raise funds beyond the cost of the project and be able to direct those funds back into art education for our local youth, one of the areas of our public education that desperately needs support. We feel the program of outreach to artists locally and regionally will help to bring recognition to the program and to Fountain Hills, and the fresh approach to our Fountain Park will give visitors a reason to return. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I had intended to have Brian Shader here, but you got done so fast with the budget, I didn't think I would need him right away. So go right ahead and ask questions if you'd like.
I thought it took too long. Any questions from the council?
I have a question.
Yes.
Is the Art Commission going to completely manage this and put them up and take them up and exchange them, et cetera, and announce to the paper that next year that there's another the same project is happening, et cetera?
Well, if we do it next year, that answer is probably yes. Again, it is a pilot project and it will need some tweaking. But to your answer about the current project this year, we've always worked with the town staff when it comes to mounting things on town property. So the bracketing system was identified by our crew. Actually, that was in partnership with the Parks and Rec people, as well as some of the artists in our group. And it's actually a pretty easy system to install, but the town staff will make sure that it happens correctly. We also, we have an interesting way of reaching out to artists throughout the region through a website. And excuse me, I'm just getting over COVID, so I didn't want anybody else to have to suffer. So we have a call to artists ready to go out upon your approval with this project. And we're looking forward to a very large response, which we're told we should expect. So.
Yeah, well, thank you, Dory. I like the concept. I think it's a creative approach to, like you said, there's been several murals out there over the years, and after a while, they all tend to kind of flake off, but, and that kind of leads, given it's a pilot, I'm wondering, I know you said the metal panels in the staff report you think are going to hold up well with the sunlight and the heat and that. I am, you mentioned the water, and I am kind of wondering, and I guess we'll see after a year with the effluent spray and stuff, how that's going to hold up against the metal.
We had a lot of discussions with Kevin from Parks and Rec about that. First of all, they only will be up for a year. It's a very brilliant process, and Alan probably knows a lot more about it than I do. It's going to be stunning once those are up there. And we were also told when we were talking to Kevin about it that since we're faced away from the fountain, we may not get quite as much. Really, I think a lot of the problem with the past wall was the masonry. I mean, there's just a lot of moisture in and around that whole pump house.
Yeah.
Go
ahead.
So,
yeah, it's I think it's probably an infusion process where they lay the art down and then if it's metal, lay metal over it. And it takes on the properties, I don't know how it's magic. I've always been told, and maybe it's because of the manufacturer I use, you can't have them in sunlight for very long. I would imagine that you've researched that and found that that would not be a problem.
We told them what we were doing with this. As a matter of fact, originally our plans were to leave them up for 2 years. So I'll ask the questions, but I believe that the crew has done their work.
Yes, who is going to pay for all the maintenance expenses of this for the year? Like, if if graffiti or anything is necessary to repair them?
I'm not sure we've really addressed that. It is part of the parks area. I mean, if there's graffiti, there could be graffiti on the art, there's going to be graffiti on the wall. This is it's an effort. I don't know how to answer that.
I was just going to ask that question. It looks like a great program, and I was going to ask if there was any security issues down there or any cameras or anything like that, because I could see where somebody would try and maybe lift one of these nice pieces and might be a problem.
The security side. Okay. Ideally, these are big. These are 4x8 pieces, so it's not going to go unnoticed if someone is trying to remove it. But to the point of graffiti or other vandalism, there is that potential as it does occur in our parks. And no, there is no camera orientation in this area, not to encourage that, but that wouldn't be something that we would be able. Ideally, these are secured. We've devised a system that is as as secure as we feel it can be. But we do have vandalism. We do have art stolen on occasion, even pieces that are in the ground, poured into footers. So it does happen. I won't say it won't, but we do think that this is, again, a situation where we can test it, see if it works, and we do have insurance on the pieces, which would be carried by FHCCA, just because I know you weren't part of that conversation. Because they will be retained as owners. FHCCA will continue to own them as pieces until they are sold or donated.
Do you have any speaker cards?
The story.
All right.
I saw the realization. Sharon?
Two things. I love rotating art. I think that's brilliant. It's a great way to get people to come back, and I'm all for it. Can I ask a non-pump wall related question, but it is art committee? Is that allowed? We have a project that you are already working on, and I just want to make sure that the Fountain of Light hasn't been dropped. So that's why I wanted to bring it up, because I'm almost afraid you guys are taking on two ginormous projects at the same time.
Actually, Fountain of Light is off and running. We've been very blessed that the folks at Shea Connolly, Bart Shea, has agreed to build it at his cost. He has spent a lot of money recently designing the piece, the base, which took a lot of engineering, a lot of design, and work with they had to build actually custom forms for that piece. And I understand he's going to be starting anytime now. It's just, I don't know if you know anything about the construction industry, but concrete is right up there with gold prices these days, and availability is just about the same. So.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Are you going to be suggesting themes, or is it just going to be whatever you get?
Well, this particular year, we have, what was that again?
One more. Page back a little.
Oh, is that there? Sorry.
Legends and lore of the Valley of the Sun.
Okay.
We are looking forward to seeing what people from outside of our area come up with. And it's going to be a fun process. We'll let you know how it goes.
Thank you. Perfect.
Assuming you approve it.
Appreciate it very much. Do I have a motion? It's on 490.
Yes. Mayor, move to approve the pump house pilot art project.
Say that 3 times fast. Second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Thanks so much, Dory. Our next item, I see you're staying up there, is our Establishing History and Cultural Advisory Commission. Grady, do you want to introduce?
Just to kick it off, the council recalls that we had a discussion with the council recently as the council retreat workshop about establishing this. So this is basically coming back to you with consideration and possible action. This, as Rachel will go into the background, what led up to the recommendation that she's bringing to you tonight. It all had to do with the 50th Anniversary Committee, and with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Goodwin.
Thanks, Grady. Correct. As you know, a number of years ago, 2020, it was a memorable year for a lot of reasons, but it was also our 50th anniversary of the installation of our fountain. At that time, we had an ad hoc committee that was put together to help us create a year-long system of celebrations, large, small, community-oriented, business-oriented, lots of different things. Unfortunately, COVID did put a damper on a majority of those things. But what came about was this feeling that Fountain Hills it was 50 years old, and we had a lot of history there that wasn't well documented, that it wasn't well established. And thankfully, we have a number of community folks that were willing to do the digging. They were willing to put the work in to find some of that neat historical thing, information and photos, such as this one. I don't remember those days. I wasn't here yet, but to me, that's really interesting to know that people did use the lake. So the foundation of this commission would be to advise the council on matters relating to historic preservation, including making plans and policies to recognize historically or culturally significant aspects of Fountain Hills. The commission would establish those criteria and those procedures. Again, this is new, so we would work with the founding members of the commission to sort of establish that. The one thing I do want to note is that it's intended to be informational and advisory and not an archival collection of physical memorabilia, i.e. we already buried a time capsule. We're not collecting more stuff to put in it. And that is one of those things that we will probably need to work towards. We want to archive this information digitally, but we don't have a way to store artifacts.
Rachel, so would the commission, though, could it be tasked with coming up for a plan for that? Because that was definitely an issue. You know, the Times has all kinds of stuff, the museum does, and nobody wants to really store those things. But rather than saying they will actually archive it, can that be part of their advice or their information to find out ways for us to do that?
Most definitely. I think that would be a fantastic starting point for them to begin that journey. Absolutely.
I just wanted to just comment on that. So good question, Mayor. A lot of these neighboring cities around us and throughout the country have historical societies, and they're usually the ones that are the collectors and keepers of a lot of the artifacts that we're talking about. I love the idea of digitally maintaining an archive of these. Perhaps this would be one of the things that the charge of this group, when they're founded, would be to try to find out how they go about doing that. And I think it's a great idea, because I'd hate to see some loss of historic items over time because there just isn't a proper place to store them or maintain them. So it's a good question, and I think that should definitely be part of the charge of this new commission.
Thank you.
Just a quick comment. If other cities and towns have similar kinds of commissions, it might be worthwhile for the new members of this to do a survey of what others are doing to get some ideas.
That's a great suggestion. We did model the concept of this around a commission in Tempe. They're a little more robust than what I think we're looking to take on out of the gate, but I think that's a great idea. I do have one more bit of information here. So just to be consistent with our other commissions, it would be it's recommended that we have a total of 7 members, that they be appointed at staggering terms so that we are never retiring more than 3 at a time. And that if approved this evening, applications would be posted later in August and would be part of the interviews later this fall to coincide with our other commission interviews.
Yeah, I think to piggyback on what Grady said too, and what you were saying about, collecting stuff. I mean, we have a historical society out here already. There is a museum, so I'm just wondering the interaction there. I mean, maybe that's another one of their tasks, is to figure out how to interact with the museum and the existing society, or that kind of thing. Is that?
It sounds like we have the makings of our first agenda.
I'll add something else to that too. Maybe they could also make decisions on historical sites, or I think Grady, we were talking about markers or that,
Exactly.
and that would probably come back to whatever the council is to say if they I know over at the high school, they have the P-bar and everything, so that'd be cool.
No, it's a very good point, because a lot of these commissions, that is their, one of their primary missions is to identify the historic sites and then to go ahead and recommend to the council that a historic marker be placed at that. And usually there's a ceremony, a dedication ceremony for that. It's kind of a neat thing. So, and I think the time is come, as we have just completed our 50th anniversary of the fountain, and certainly longer than that, of the founding of the community. So this is good timing.
Did we have any speaker cards? You read my mind. Any other discussion? No? Thank you. Could I get a motion?
I'll move to adopt ordinance 22-04.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Next item is about holiday lights. You're still there.
Get me for a little while. Well, I'd like to wish everybody happy holidays. I said that for Jen's benefit. I hope she's in the back because she's my Christmas music all year long buddy. But as we all know, our downtown is decorated every holiday season with significant lighting. We do a lot to sort of ring in the season and put on a very colorful display. If you're not familiar, there's a good visual of what we do. This contract has expired with the last holiday season, so we do need to renew. Staff went out to bid. We received 3 competitive bids, and before you tonight is the result of that, the recommendation to contract with Custom Holiday Lighting. Custom Holiday Lighting did their homework and recognized that we have traditionally had a budget of about $35,000 for our Christmas decor. They did put together a proposal based on that number, and it hits many of our high points, but it would not be quite as brilliant as what you're seeing here. It does include the 24-foot LED tree that's usually at the end of the avenue in Sharon Morgan Plaza. It would include the installation of the ground displays, or our 2D displays, and a number of trees wrapped, and some canopy lighting, and some other things, as well as all of the supporting power cords, adapters, timers, lift trucks. It would be a very nice holiday display. It would be a little less than what we've consistently seen in the past, but like much, as Roy just mentioned about concrete, as we've talked about inflation, the cost of things is increasing. So for the same money, we can do a little bit less of a display. They also provided a budget of not to exceed $50,000. That is what was in the budget earlier today. So the numbers that you saw in the budget that Director Pock presented did allocate up to 50. Not that we have to spend it, as we mentioned, but they did include other recommendations, including additional trees, lots of trees, including garland around our light poles, light sprays, which I had to ask what that was, but essentially it's overhead displays across the trees. So it would be more dynamic than we've seen in the past. So the option tonight is one of the two, or somewhere in between. I'm looking for council's direction of what budget they're comfortable with and moving forward so that we have our contract in place for this holiday season.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, ma'am.
I don't want to sound like a Grinch. I'm just saying that on the front end. But, okay, for the last 5 years or so, we've spent about $35,000 a year, right?
We have, so that's a really great question, because our base budget has always been $35,000. Keep in mind that when we had COVID and we did not have activities and events, we did bump that budget up in order to, as in an old phrase when we did this project a while ago, to increase the joy. We added more decor on the avenue because we weren't having holiday activities and events and Stroll in the Glow and things like that. We wanted to give the community a little bit more. So it has fluctuated over time based on council direction, but generally speaking, our base budget has been 35.
Okay, the reason why I mention that is because we get drilled into our heads, we don't want nice to have, we don't want nice to have, we don't want nice to have. My point is, this is nice to have. We all like to see the lights. They're shiny, they're pretty. I have blue hair, of course I want the lights. But this is one of those things where you're like, okay, it's really nice to have, but this is important to have because it draws people into town, and those people will hopefully spend money. So I'm just pointing out that yes, this is sparkly and pretty and nice to have, but sometimes nice to have is really important to our businesses. So I'm a little bit of Scrooge, but I completely support the lights. I'm just pointing out that we're all going to get beat up, that this is nice to have, but everybody's probably going to want it anyway.
I just wanted to just also explain that this is also warehousing our existing two-dimensional retro items that we have and other personal effect, or not personal effects, other holiday effects and Christmas ornaments and things that we have. So it's not just really just the service of installing and maintaining and correcting if we have issues. So it's much more than that. And the other thing that just want to let you know, so this is going off of is it a 6-year agreement or?
The previous one was a 5-year agreement.
5-year agreement. So I just want to let you know, in real dollars, with the exception of the bump up that we had in 2020, this has not gone up in real dollars, inflationary dollars, since we had 5 years ago. So and our dollars used to buy us more with, if you remember right, we used to have our buildings wrapped with the lights on top.
We also used to have the palm trees down the avenue.
The palm trees, and we scaled those back because we really wanted the enjoyment to be on the avenue. The other thing I also want to let the Councilmember Grzybowski brought up a really good point. This is actually being paid for out of the downtown fund, is it not?
That's where it's budgeted, yes.
So the downtown fund is the excise tax that goes right back into downtown, which supports the businesses downtown, and they're the ones that are also helping to generate that sales tax. So in a way, it's coming back to the ones that are collecting the sales tax from their customers. So the staff will go with whatever the council wants, but I just wanted to just make a couple points. One, it's not grown in real dollars, other than the 1 year we did the big bump up. And there's a lot more involved, such as the storage of all of our items over the year. So with that, I'll turn it back to Rachel.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be Scrooge, and I don't care how many emails I get. I'll have $35,000 worth of fun, please. I think 35 is plenty to spend. The bark wrapped mini lights, and I'm not feeling it. 35,000, and I'll kick in another 200 if we get the leg lamp from Christmas Story.
Do we have any speaker cards on this item? No? Any further discussion? Well, yes, Mike.
So you mentioned the 5-year contract before, so this is just for 1 year?
This contract will be written in our traditional language that will give us up to renewal if we so, if we agree. If both parties are interested in renewing,
Okay.
we have the option of renewing up to 5 times.
Okay.
But this is a new company. I'm glad you brought that up. It's not necessarily pertinent, but this is a new lighting company than the company we've contracted with the last 5 years.
Well, I could just ask somebody to make a motion, but just to say that I remember back in the old days, in Sunset Kiwanis, we used to paint all of the statues and made wood cutouts, and that was what we had, and it was great, but I love what we do now, and I'm in favor of going with the 50 that's in the budget, so that we can have all of this. It's up for a month, and it's the kickoff to a big event, and making a lot of memories, so I'm okay with going with the 50, but obviously it's up to you guys. Someone?
I'll make a motion to spend 35 grand on fun, approved custom holiday light contract 2022-083.
Any further discussion? Peggy?
How do I make a different motion?
You can amend it.
I'd like to amend that motion to go up to top, to be considerate about it, stay if you can around the 30, 35, but also have a ceiling on it to 50.
Wait, I didn't hear.
So making a motion to approve the Holiday Lights contract for 2022-83 in the amount to not exceed 50,000, but do your best to stay closer to the 35 if possible. If that makes
Oh,
sense.
is there so that amendment is for the
We would-
50,000?
Yeah, we would need a second
We need a
on the
second on
amended.
that. Is there a second on that motion?
Oh, I'll second it.
Thank
And now we
you.
need to vote on the amendment itself to see whether the
Yes.
main motion is going to be amended. So
Yes, so
we're
the
voting on the
main,
amendment.
so right now, voting on the amendment, which is for 50,000, right?
Yep.
Okay. Yes, all in favor of the amended motion to, for $50,000 for the contract, please say aye. Aye. Do you need a roll call on that? Sure. Okay.
This is so Linda can
You're welcome,
see how we do it.
Yes, yes.
Okay, Councilmember Charno?
Aye.
Mayor Dickey?
Aye?
Vice Mayor Friedel? Councilmember McMahon? Councilmember Magazine? Councilmember Spellich? Councilmember Grzybowski?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-3.
Thank you. Thanks so much. The amendment
Now you
passed.
vote, so you amended it. Now we vote on the main motion, which is now whether to approve contract 2022-83 in an amount not to exceed $50,000.
Thank you.
Yes.
So,
So
Should we
why
do a
don't
roll-
we just
should we do a roll
play it
call on
again,
that
Sam?
again?
Yeah, go ahead and do it.
okay, I guess
Yeah.
we'll do a roll call again on that.
I need a motion and second first for,
Someone needs to, yeah.
I'll make a motion to approve the custom Holiday Lights contract 2020 to 83 in the amount not to exceed $50,000.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call.
Mayor Dickey?
Aye?
Vice Mayor Friedel? Councilmember McMahon? Councilmember Magazine? Councilmember Spellich?
You only get one.
You only get one. Councilmember Grzybowski?
Yes.
Councilmember Charno? Motion passes 4-3.
Thank you. Our next item is about the sidewalks that we were talking about earlier. Grady?
Yes, I'm going to have the Public Works Director do a brief report on this item. It's important to note, too, we previously had a discussion about capital improvement projects, and there is a sidewalk infill for the $300,000. So this is having to do with the engineering and the design of the sidewalks that are in the capital improvement budget that you just approved, but subject to us coming back to you. So this is something maybe for your consideration. I do think it's important, probably, since we probably know we're going to be doing sidewalks for improving safety, for your consideration. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Weldy to brief you on this.
Madam Mayor, council members, I think it's incredibly important that when I'd asked for this to be placed on the agenda, I didn't think that the sidewalk infill would be controversial. So my apologies if, in fact, that's the way it's taken to the group. It should be noted that for several years, the council has approved funding for sidewalk infill. This is separate from the grant opportunities that we seek and currently are working through and have received. In that plan, we have a short term, so that's the 5-year, and then we have the long-term horizon, that's 10 years and above. We've noted that in that plan, there are several towns or several locations in the downtown where we have steep slopes or rock outcroppings or utilities that are going to be challenging to build a sidewalk in or in around. Please note that a large percentage of the infill sidewalks that we've done over the last several years, I'll pick one location, Golden Eagle Boulevard between Hampstead Palisades. Between Hampstead and Golden Eagle, that was an in-house design. All we paid for was construction. Not a lot of challenges there. We have a talented staff, good background. This is just for the challenging ones. You'll note that during the capital projects presentation earlier this year, we showed you a sidewalk that appeared to be hanging in the air next to a very steep slope. That is what this contract is intended to tackle. Please note that the recently adopted active transportation plan includes the 5-year horizon and the long-term horizon for sidewalks. Primarily, we are going to be focusing in the downtown area because that is what the active transportation plan indicated was the most important portion according to the surveys and the citizen input and input from the mayor and council and staff.
Could you define what you would consider the downtown area?
The downtown area is oftentimes, Madam Mayor, referred to as town center. Historically, that was El Lago to Palisades, Saguaro to Fountain Hills Boulevard. We're extending that just slightly to Panorama and the area around the lake because that ties directly to and is very close to the downtown. We will still keep the El Lago and we'll still keep the Fountain Hills Boulevard. However, we would also strongly recommend that we push it out to La Montana where it goes around the back of the Old Town Hall, the medical buildings there, to ensure that that is also a walkable area. We have several single-family and multi-family homes in that area directly tying again to the downtown.
With great hesitation that I ask this question because my wife may divorce me. She is a big proponent of sidewalks. So am I. But having said that, I just want to ask, have we ever surveyed any of the sidewalks we've done to see about use?
Madam Mayor, council member, we don't have a PED counter per se, so we have never conducted that study. We are talking internally with the city of Scottsdale, who utilizes a counter that not only counts pedestrians, but also cyclists. And the reason we're in that conversation is we are counting the number of hikers and cyclists that come out of Scottsdale onto Eagle Ridge Drive with the multi-use path that ties our two communities together. So we do not have a count.
Mayor, if I may, we do hear from people, though, when we have done a segment that maybe connects to segments that were like sidewalks to nowhere, that they greatly appreciate that. We've heard a lot of positive things, despite some of the negatives on the Saguaro one that goes over to connect up to Desert Vista Park. Also, the key here is we're putting sidewalks in areas where we have right-of-way, and people are walking along uneven surfaces, and it's ankle twisting. It's not very safe for people to walk in those kind of conditions. So I think this is all really good, and again, as Justin said, we'll tend to use our engineering staff to try to do the simple designs that don't require some of the uneven or areas where you need retaining walls or you have utilities or things like that get a little complicated. Justin, the way I understand this contract too, this is a cooperative purchasing agreement. It's for $75,000 a year, correct? Up to 75?
This is a professional services agreement.
Okay.
So it's not cooperative use on this one.
Okay. And the point on this is it's only when necessary that we'll use these contracts.
Absolutely.
Or this contract.
This contract will be utilized, if approved, to begin work in the new year coming up here very shortly, to start looking at some of the downtown areas. The town engineer and I have identified where we know that we need engineering support. It should be noted that this firm was utilized to do the design for the sidewalk on Fountain Hills Boulevard, east side, between Segundo and Crystal Ridge, fronting the Church of Ascension. We do have that approved, and it will be in a future sidewalk gap. We're concerned about the current estimate, engineer's estimate on that, however, but they have a strong background in this type of work. With that, if there are any additional questions, I'll do my best to answer them.
Do we have any speaker cards? No? I think that was the only thing that it concerned me was this annually part of it, but we're not committing that we need $75,000 worth of engineering every year, correct?
Madam Mayor, we are not.
Okay. All right. Any further discussion? Motion, please. 554.
Move to approve purchasing agreement C 2021-046 with Sunrise Engineering in the amount of $75,000.
Thank you. Second. Thanks. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thanks, Justin.
You're welcome.
Thanks for the explanation. Our next item is about our user agreement with the Chamber of Commerce. Hi.
I am back. All right, tonight is the very last leg of our efforts to refine and update our sponsorships, and our fee waiver policies. I know we've been talking about this. I happened to do a little bit of research, and we've been at this for about 18 months now. So it has been a big lift, not only for staff, but also for our council. So the two items tonight are big. They're very sensitive, and they've been sort of the last piece because we know that they're a difficult conversation. So what my goal is tonight is to go through a presentation, answer questions, and then there is a proposed use agreement in your packet. I'd like to get your feedback of what items in that use agreement you'd like to keep, what items you'd like to change, so that staff can be then directed to go and execute the agreement based on your feedback tonight. First up is our Chamber of Commerce. I've had some conversations with Betsy and other members of the Chamber of Commerce. So I've tried to keep them up to date as we've made progress on this. I know there's a few members here tonight. So let's jump in. Often we get the question of how much does the town waive on behalf of the chamber? This is a brief snapshot. This kind of gives you the overview. This is the two fairs, the value of the Thanksgiving Day Parade, Oktoberfest, Stroll in the Glow, and the Fountain Hills Days that was introduced this spring. If it was charged at full freight, it would be $45,000. Because of the fee policy that we passed at our last meeting that said local-based nonprofits would get half off, that would reduce to $22,500.
Can I ask a question, please? The idea of the other town support, that would be no matter what. That's how we come up with the fee, right? So to look at, say, let's just say the Thanksgiving Parade, $5,000, to use the avenue includes the knowledge that we need town support, correct?
I would say not exactly.
Okay.
We often have staff on call to react to physical issues or items downtown. If there was something, I'm going to just say an electric outlet doesn't work or something goes haywire, especially during the fairs. I'll say the two fairs are usually our biggest call for staff assistance and other things like that. The road closure review. So when we set up the road closures for any of the events, staff has to sit down and go through it with MCSO. We go through it. Where do the barricades need to be? Where do traffic control elements have to be placed? So there's a lot of behind the scenes work that goes into that other town support.
Sorry, I get it. I wasn't clear.
That's
I guess
okay.
what I meant was, I understand that is extra as far as, some possible resources that would be used from the town, but if you were just renting it to anybody, that they would still only pay, they would only still have to pay the $5,000, and the rest is a given. We don't say, okay, it'll be $5,000 for, ABC company to rent, and then but we have staff on and whatever. So I think sometimes that looks like it's more, like we're waiving more, but we really aren't. We are strictly waiving the amount to rent that spot, because the given is what goes along with that. You know what I mean?
I do.
Okay,
I do.
thanks.
Thank you for stopping me when you have a question. Feel free to stop me at any point, because this is complicated and it's got a lot of moving pieces. This information here was provided by the Chamber of Commerce. They estimate that they bring in annually about $30,000 in business license fees to the town. They help provide about $100,000 in civic group fundraising through their beer gardens and their food booths and things like that. They do offer complimentary booth space for a number of our community groups, including our town tourism, as well as McDowell Mountain Preservation Commission, but also a lot of our other nonprofit groups. They do partner with us in tourism promotion. They help increase visibility of our community outside of Fountain Hills. And based on their independent study conducted in the late 1990s, there's an estimated $2 million in economic impact. Again, this was all provided. I don't have a copy of that study, but I imagine Betsy may.
Thank you. Question about the first one, the $30,000. To just be clear, those would be business licenses, so they take the overlap into account of the two fairs, correct? Or if somebody already had a business license in Fountain Hills? Is this strictly from the fairs? That's, when we did this originally with Sharon and such, that was the understanding.
Gotcha. I don't know that answer, but I imagine if we worked with our finance department, we could probably get a pretty good number based on that information, whether it's a renewal, whether it's a new license, whether it's a license of a business that's already here in town that would have had a business license regardless of the fairs. I think that's what you're asking.
Yeah, because I think they had said, if there were, I don't remember the number, if there were 750, they're only counting 500 of them because they're, out of town and such. So they basically wouldn't be here. Sharon?
One of the things I want to remind is any business license fee that comes in, the initial fee I want to say is $50 and then renewal is $35 after that. Much of that is actually admin costs behind the paperwork that's involved in it. So yes, there's 30,000 coming in. You're right, based off of, that number should be based off of just the people coming in as opposed to the existing businesses. But a lot of that also goes to admin fees.
Okay. So to start us off in this conversation, the town of Fountain Hills, in partnership with the chamber, would provide the following in our suggested starting point for our agreement. We start with complimentary use of the Avenue Linear Park for 2 art fairs, which is consistent with what we do. The Thanksgiving Parade in collaboration with the town's Turkey Trot. Stroll in the Glow in collaboration with the town's Roll in the Glow event. Fountain Park for Oktoberfest. And the Community Center for town-partnered candidate or mayoral forums and debates as needed. So that's assuming, and I did make a note in here, that standard dates and the event scope stay the same, i.e. Oktoberfest is always on the last weekend of September. The fairs are traditionally set weekends in November and February. So again, assuming that everything stays the same with their events, we would suggest complimentary use of the town spaces. In exchange, the Chamber of Commerce would be responsible for hosting the candidate and mayoral debates in accordance with local election efforts, again, as needed. Fiscal obligations for the payment of fees outside of rental spaces. So that's applications, the permits, any equipment rental, any additional, I'll say, excessive staff time, if there's anything that goes haywire, that type of thing. I hearken back to the days when the Oktoberfest was flooded and we were picking up hot dog buns in the park. And then repayment or coverage of any direct costs that are incurred by the town, actually this still says FHCCA, you can see that that's should be a chamber program, any damages, spills, et cetera. I'll give you an example. I know we have a lot of businesses that come in. We have a lot of food vendors that come in for the fairs. Sometimes they don't dispose of their grease properly. They don't dispose of their trash properly. They leave a mess behind on occasion. It's not usual, and it's not the chamber's fault. It's, you know, it's vendor specific. But if that happens and we have to do cleanup efforts, there is usually a fee associated with that. And then, of course, adherence to any other town policies, including our special event procedure, business license, insurance requirements, all of that. They'd still need to follow the procedures. This is simply just a waiver of the fees for the rental spaces. Moving on. The chamber would also provide the town the following. Feature the town on the chamber marketing materials as a recognized partner. This is something that Betsy and I have had a chance to discuss, that the town isn't really named in their marketing efforts. And if we're going to be partners, that seems like a fair ask. Provide complimentary booth space to the town for all events. Feature town event information on the chamber's website and in social media sites. You may note that a number of our programs partner with their programs. For instance, we do Turkey Trot before the Thanksgiving parade. It would be nice if there was some co-marketing through all of that. And then again, the cross-promotion of all of our other events that we do, again, to help generate that excitement and that interest in the events.
Booth space question.
Yes, ma'am.
You say they give your tourism, basically how many booths do you say you have?
We, the town, usually hosts one where we give out dining guides and we give out information about future events and we answer questions about where things are. And so that's a general space that we use. Nonprofit groups and other groups they do make space available, and our MMPC commission, in partnership with the Conservancy, hosts a booth down in that section to talk about our trails and our hiking system here.
As I understand it, that last booth you were talking about, it's actually a Sonoran Conservancy booth. And because many of the MMPC people are in the Conservancy, or just whether they're on the board of the Conservancy or just tied in, they show up to help support. So I don't understand it to be an MMPC booth, that it is actually a Sonoran Conservancy booth.
You very well could be right. I know they almost all of them wear both hats. So
right,
yes.
Yeah, there is a little thing going on between the two groups for sure. My question is, why are we taking a free booth from them? Essentially, I hear one booth for the town. I think booth space is like $500. Don't quote me on that, but that's what I remember for some reason. Why are we including that in our numbers when we really only need one booth from them? Because we have a nonprofit. The Sonoran Conservancy isn't tied into us.
Correct. Ideally, we have developed Actually, the chamber has worked with us to have a booth, particularly at the two fairs. Being at Oktoberfest has been sort of, they've just now taken it over, so that's a new one for them. We don't participate in the parade because we just put on Turkey Trot. So the two fairs are really the two places that we generally have a booth at their offer to, again, promote tourism, things that they aren't able to do during the fair because they're busy putting on the fair. Now, if it makes more sense to keep, for us to pay that fee to have that booth, we can certainly work with our tourism division to do that.
I just don't want that to be used against you, that's all.
Fair enough.
Because I know you've got a lot on your plate, and I'm just trying to help you out.
I appreciate that, thank you. So that is the gist of the proposal on the table. The last additional considerations would be that if the chamber needed anything else, if they wanted to expand event, they needed more space, they wanted to do more programs, new things, that they would be subject to the guidelines and fee structure of the town fee waiver policy, i.e. they would be assessed with the fees at the 50% rate. A suggestion of an annual contribution from the chamber to the town in the amount of $4,500. And then an annual review of the agreement by both parties, which seems fair so that we can all come to the table. And then upon mutual agreement, administratively renew. So this would be annually reviewed by both groups. With that,
I'll take any questions, discussions, final directions.
Sorry, me again. When you say at the 50% rate, you mean at the 50% nonprofit rate, not at the 50% commercial rate?
Correct.
Correct.
So we have a nonprofit rate. The chamber, any other resources that they need would pay half of the of the published
Nonprofit.
nonprofit rates. Yes, ma'am.
Because they're local and nonprofit.
Yes, correct.
So they would be able to get the lower rate, and then they are, they can apply for the 50% off.
Correct.
Okay. Discussion. Whichever you'd like. We can do speaker cards first. Sure.
First is Scott Summer.
Hi, how are you? Good. Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. Thank you for your continued service to our community. My name is Scott Summer, longtime resident of Fountain Hills, and much like all of you, a servant at heart and a proponent of all things Fountain Hills. I serve as the incoming chair of the Fountain Hills Chamber of Commerce, among other civic roles here in town. I come to you to highlight a very important perspective as it relates to the fee reduction and waiver policy before you. The position of the Chamber is one of partnership with the town. The Chamber enjoys and looks forward to perpetual annual events that bring hundreds of thousands of people from all around the world to Fountain Hills. These participants visit our town, they eat at our restaurants, purchase goods and services, fuel their vehicles, return home to share the experience of all that is Fountain Hills. Any type of fee imposed on the Chamber affects our ability to keep our membership dues low to our local business community. Our local businesses enjoy some of the lowest dues and sponsorship opportunities of any chamber within the Valley, which in turn allows them to invest in other areas such as sponsoring a Little League team, simply investing in their own business, or possibly sponsoring a band. Chamber leadership is extremely mindful of monitoring excessive expenditures. Maintaining such a low operating expenses allows us to continue delivering such amenities as Stroll in the Glow, the Thanksgiving Day Parade, our Turkey Drive, the mayoral and council candidate forums, 2 art fairs, and Fountain Hills Day, with reasonable to no expense to the participants. All of these events are much more than what they appear on the surface. They are events that allow our local businesses to be affordably out and visible to create awareness of their brand, but most importantly, it falls in line with our mission of promoting and supporting the success of not only our members, but the greater Fountain Hills business community. Imposing any sort of fees to the Chamber for these events is something that will undoubtedly need to be passed on to our participants. Our Chamber has experienced, much like all of us, significant rising expenses from our vendors. Our CEO, under our direction, continues to evaluate every budget line item to make sure that these rising expenses and to make up these rising expenses and maintain a balanced and equitable budget. The simple answer for us would be to simply pass along these town-imposed fees to our event participants, but that is not in line with our mission, nor is it fair to our business community, particularly these events which bring such economic value to the town in excess of $2 million annually. I ask that each of you partner with the Chamber of Commerce in continuing these community-enriching activities that we all enjoy at an extremely low cost of operation. Continuing the fee waiver with all events with no annual payment will best illustrate commitment to our partnership to benefit Fountain Hills and the continued success of our local businesses. It's been a pleasure.
Can I ask you a question?
Of course.
With everything, the only thing that you're objecting to is the 4,500, right?
That is correct.
Everything, all the other stuff is.
Absolutely, yeah, for sure. We would be concerned about any additional fee, whether it's 4,500 or any other number, to be honest with you. Madam, does that answer your question?
Yep.
Okay.
Mayor?
Questions? Yes.
Yeah, hi, Scott. Welcome.
Thank you.
I have no idea if this is accurate. We all got a long email from someone, and he says that the profits for the chamber annually, the balance sheet, is between $318,000 and $454,000. Does that ring any bells?
It does not. Do you have that information handy? On the tax return. Okay. Okay, so I'm relaying information from our senior staff that's here in the room. That is an inaccurate number. The correct number can be referenced on the 990s, which are on our website.
So you say that again?
The correct information can be referenced on our 990s, which are on our website.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. You're quite welcome. Thank you for having me.
Tammy Bell?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Tammy Bell. I'm a resident of Fountain Hills. The last 17 years, I'm Vice President of the Chamber of Commerce. I am thankful for your consideration for this user agreement. I hope that it states we all agree that our chamber events and our partnership with our town council and staff is valued and creates a significant impact to our business community, tourism, and the quality of life for our residents. It has been because of this partnership over the years that we've been able to build up these legacy events, they used to be called. And this is what I wanted to bring up, two specific things about the waiver. One, in the cost, you saw that Fountain Hills Day was considered part of the full cost, but it is a new event and is not included in the waiver. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. We have dreams of making Fountain Hills Day a tremendous success to celebrate all that is Fountain Hills. We would like to have another year or two under our belt to see if we can make this happen, and in agreement with the town staff, discover if it's something that will be a significant impact to the economic development in addition to the other events. So I hope that that would be considered. Also, I just wanted to point out that our commitment as a staff that Rachel shared does come to the value of $13,700 annually. It was the only data that was not, the number that wasn't provided to you earlier. So giving them a membership that makes them a sponsor for every event, partnering, marketing with them is all adds up to, and especially the 2 free booths for the fairs, those are $1,800 per fair because they're a non-artisan booth. But that equals $13,700 that we are more than happy to and have been sharing, with the town in our partnership. So I just wanted to point out those two things. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
I do, just as far as membership goes, I had asked for some research to be done on what some of the other cities and towns and such, and so we don't pay for our membership, correct?
Correct.
The town, but that would be fairly minimal, but I don't think that was brought up, that we get the membership.
A membership equivalent to what we give the town as far as the booths and the
Just if we were like
advertising.
normally just wanted to be a member of the chamber, what would
Well,
that?
that could be, as a nonprofit, that could be $150.
Yeah, so
As a
I just want to bring it up because I didn't
significant
think it was accounted for that we were getting that membership. And I noticed that another city of Chandler pays like $9,000 for their membership to their chamber. So
Yeah,
I
there's
wanted to point that out.
Sure. Just with the bullet points that Rachel provided too, we included that to be a larger than a nonprofit because there's so much marketing and sponsorship involved in that.
So Tammy, the 13,700, that includes the membership then, you're saying?
That's equivalent to a membership that would sponsor all of our events. Does that make sense? Because the bullet points, I wish I could go back to your slide, that shows what the chamber is contributing is equivalent to that membership as, there we go, no?
This one?
Yes.
Well, so you're saying the booths and everything add up to the 13,700?
Yes, this slide right here would add up to that 13,700. No, this is still not the right one. Can I? Sorry.
That's okay.
Here we go. This one.
There you go.
Have any other questions? Thanks. Okay. Thank you.
That's all the speaker cards on this item. We did have 4 written comments come in, which you were provided a copy of.
Mayor? I alluded to a long email that all of us received about this issue. And he says, some of you have some association with the chamber either by owning a business that is a member of the chamber, by working for a business that is a member of the chamber, or by participating as a vendor in a chamber event. And he's saying this could be a conflict of interest, and we should ask our attorney whether or not we should vote on this. I'm a vendor. I pay the chamber $1,000 for each of 2 shows. I'm trying to figure out how that's a conflict of interest.
Well, Mayor and Council, the best way to answer these questions is, of course, to have a little bit of, to be able to analyze all the facts. But that being,
No, we
so.
don't need those.
Well, yeah. But that being said, usually the analysis is whether there's a substantial interest, meaning you have some sort of property or proprietary interest, financial interest in the outcome of the decision. So it's ultimately up to each council member whether whether you think, after talking with the town attorney, which you're entitled to rely on my opinion in writing on good faith, which preferably will come, I can't give you a written opinion right now. So should you have a question about that, happy to discuss it, but it is ultimately going to be up to you whether you have to recuse or not. I can't tell you on these facts that you do or don't have a conflict of interest.
I will say it makes absolutely no sense to me. I'll take my chances in court.
Okay.
Mayor, I had conversations with Betsy about a like-kind contribution to the town. We have banners that run up and down the Avenue of the Fountain, and her and I had come to some kind of an informal agreement about the chamber possibly providing those to the town. I don't know what happened to that, but that would have taken care of this $4,500 issue, because we would have gotten a benefit of having those banners replaced or new ones put in and whatever by the chamber. And I thought that that was a good way to have a resolution to this, so it wouldn't be an issue for anybody. And I don't know where it is or what happened to it. And then I heard that it's an issue for the town to be putting up and taking down the banners. And I noticed that banners are up along the Fountain, Avenue of the Fountain right now. Who put those up, and are they ours?
These are ours. These are seasonal. We've been doing this for many years. It's Public Works.
So
that
it's,
puts
so
these
then
up.
it's, so then it's not an issue of putting up and taking down banners. I mean, and if you're doing it already and somebody wants to pay for it, I'm not seeing the problem.
Well,
Sorry, but where would that come from, that it was an issue to put them up and down? Is that-
So,
that's-
so what I was trying to explain is there's a cost impact for the staff to be diverted to go do the hanging of it. But the other thing was, what was relayed to me, Vice Mayor, was that they would be doing the banners that would be promoting chamber events. Well, the thing is, chamber events really have a huge number of people that come here, and I'm not seeing the value from what I was hearing. So it wasn't that it was a bad idea, but the way it was described, when I went back and talked to the staff about it, it did not seem like that was one that there was the value in it, like it sounds like on the surface. However, I did work with the chamber director on a grant application for the Gila River Indian community for an electronic board. And I do think if we were to get that, I think that would be something for council to look upon very favorably. So, I mean, that was a partnership in the same kind of light. I see that as actually having more of an ongoing benefit to the community and the town. And it was going to be an electronic board that would be located at one of the plazas on Avenue of the Fountains. So, but we looked at this, and I didn't see the value of a banner program just because the net impact of that wasn't going to have the desired effect, because again, they draw a lot of people for their events. It's also my staff, I believe we have to rent the equipment to be able to put up the banners as well. So there's cost impacts on the staff.
So, okay, so there could be something worked out, I think, with the kiosk type of approach. And I'll just say this, if we collect any money from the chamber, I think there should be strings attached to it for specific use for the downtown fund improvements, and it shouldn't just go into the general fund. But I'm all for getting it in trade from the chamber. If it's easier for them to work that way, I think we should try and find a way to do that. That's just my 2 cents.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've prepared a statement, and it's going to cover both the agenda item with the chamber as well as the FHCCA. the agreements that are brought forward are predicated on the idea that we, the town, recognize the value and contribution of these two groups. However, we have just passed a fee reduction policy last meeting that offers half off our already reduced pricing for all local nonprofits, which these two groups fit under. Now we are drawing up deals to further reduce the cost for two chosen groups. How many more local groups will request the same treatment? In the fall of 2020, I began this discussion because the town was waiving almost $200,000 in fees. Let that sink in. $200,000 of your taxpayers' money have been waived in fees. I and many other local residents believe this is way too much. If we are going to continue to waive costs, why are we even going through this exercise? If the cost the staff and the council more than 18 months of work to continue to go nowhere. The Chamber uses the towns as a means to produce their many events, which we welcome. However, when they charge fees for hundreds of booths, recruit sponsorships, and leverage other financial gains while not supporting the town as a partner, then balk at contributing a nominal fee that shows a lack of respect and appreciation for the long-standing partnership that we've had. It feels very one-sided, to say the least. I do not think the nominal contribution from the Chamber is unreasonable, especially when we waive more than $40,000 in fees. The FHCCA has ballooned over time, and we have been more than generous during that growth, such as offering a $1 annual rental fee for the community garden. I do not think asking the FHCCA to contribute is unreasonable. We are willing to waive substantial amounts of their costs as well. However, the unrestricted use of the community center is not reasonable. The council recently reviewed a few emails related to the Fountain Hills Community Choir and Band. The email suggested a full fee waiver for these groups. This current proposal offers the FHCCA 2 full weekends a year free of charge. I suggest that the choir and the band ask the FHCCA for one of those weekends. It is also important to note that the rental rate for the ballroom is $37.50 per hour, which is a 50% discount. The idea that the FHCCA and its affiliated groups help fundraise for the original community center is great. It shows that there was a big interest in creating the facility like this. But fundraising for a building 20 years ago does not translate into a continual free pass. The operation and upkeep of this building takes dollars. Turn on the lights, operate the air conditioning, set up chairs, clean the bathrooms, and all that require funding. By asking for a free usage, a double negative is created because not only are the groups using it for free, they prevent paid events or rentals for having access for a particular week or weekend. I'm not asking everyone to pay their full share. I recognize both groups offer substantial community benefits, but an unrestricted blank check is not the answer. We have asked staff to find ways to be more fiscally responsible, and as a council, we must do the same. We cannot sit here, not take action to correct these free passes. They represent financial gifts that this town and the residents cannot afford to give anymore. I just wanted to add, that's the end of my statement, but I wanted to add that I think it's very, very ludicrous to even think that if the Chamber of Commerce pays the $4,500 we're asking, it's going to have a huge impact on membership fees and everything. I find that very disingenuous. And also, we got an email from a resident who pulled your tax returns. So the tax returns clearly show that the last time it was, the email says that there was over a $400,000 net profit. So if it's not correct, then I got to say your tax returns aren't correct, and that might be an issue. So let me close by saying that I'm not against the Chamber of Commerce. If you remember, I'm very pro-business because I was one of the few council members that voted against the sign ordinance, what I thought restricted your businesses. So don't sit back there and say I'm anti-Chamber of Commerce or I'm anti-FHCCA. I'm not that at all. And apparently my common use of skin in the game has irritated some people because they keep bringing that up in emails. I stand behind that. Have skin in the game. No free lunch. Thank you.
Rachel, where did the $4,500 figure, how did that get arrived at?
Great question. It sort of came from two different points of view. If you notice that $45,000 is the value of full payment, so this is 10%. It also echoes what the chamber donated in January of 21 to commemorate our 50th anniversary. I believe it was the 45th anniversary of the fairs at the same time. So they made a donation to the town at the time of $4,500. So we felt that that was somewhat consistent. It is just a starting point for that conversation.
Mayor, do you mind if I ask David a question? Of course. Are you in favor of the staff proposal as is, or no waivers at all? Or are you proposing something, or?
I am completely okay with the staff's proposal, 4,500. Like I said, that, like Rachel just explained what the 4,500 is from. And I truly cannot believe that anybody representing in the Chamber of Commerce could possibly say that that would have a negative impact on this fair when you're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars. So I'm happy with the way it's written. I wasn't, I can tell you that, at the beginning of all this. You all know, sitting up here and hearing me, I thought that half was more than generous, paying half the fee. I thought was more 11 grand, was it 11,000? And it's supposed to be 22?
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
Something like that.
Yeah. So I came down from 11 to 45. But to me, and I'm just speaking for myself, 0 is not an option.
I have a couple of comments. And Dave, I totally understand what you're saying, and I know that when we did this fee change, one point I do want to make is that this fee change shouldn't have been a surprise to anybody. We started in 2019 with many, many meetings, October 20, January 21, September 21, 11/21, February this year, March this year, and then we actually, I think wrapped it up at our last meeting. So, and I bring this up because it wasn't just, I didn't have to do a minutes search for this. I did a Times search. So these were articles in the paper. So just getting that out there, I know that this aspect of it is new, but the fees were not new. And the other item that was pretty clear was that these new fees, I think especially for community services, are cost recovery of about 26 or 27%. So they're not really cost recovery. So that goes along with what you're saying, but I have issues on when it comes to the chamber, which is recognition of a couple of these, especially these events, Oktoberfest and Stroll in the Glow and the parade. Those three are events that I think we want to happen, and that if we made them happen, the expense would be a lot more. So we're not in the business of making money. We've talked about this all the time. We have parks that are free. We spend a lot of money on things, and we don't get return for those. But it's hard for me to look at these events and count the use of, for the parade or for the Oktoberfest or the Stroll in the Glow. It's hard to look at those as giving them something when these are really not money-making. The parade, the Stroll in the Glow are not money-making events for the chamber. They're events for, at least, not in the way of the fairs. So I have a hard time looking at those and counting them as something to say, well, you owe us for putting the Oktoberfest on. I mean, that's just something I have a little bit of a problem with. And then I'm glad that you mentioned the thing about the business licenses, because I know that Sharon in those days said it was $39,000 they were bringing in, and I think that that should be taken into account. It may not be, I mean, there are some administrative costs associated with that, but it is, if those fairs didn't exist, then that wouldn't exist. But to your point also, to say giving the town $4,500 a year would affect whether the fairs can go forward or the dues and such, that is a little bit harder to really visualize. And the last thing I want to mention is that looking at other cities, and I know that doesn't always enamor myself with people, but a lot of these cities actually contribute to their chambers. So I just want to put that out there, and including 40,000, 45,000 from smaller towns, Cottonwood, and such, and they're not their visitors bureaus or their economic development. So it's not like a contract, because we used to do a contract that was like 110,000. So these are all the things that are in my mind, and they're all valid, and so I just want to put that out there so you all hear my thought process. But you know, if you want to make the motion for this particular resolution, or if you have other comments, then, you know, go ahead. But those are the thoughts that were running through my mind, particularly the events that we appreciate and like, and I don't know that we would be able to afford or put them on ourselves. Sharon looks like she wants to say something.
So what are you proposing? What are you suggesting that might happen?
I think everything's fine except the 4,500.
So you're
I don't think they
at
should have
zero.
to pay. I don't think that the chamber should have to pay, because it's based on renting facilities for events that we want to happen and that we would probably have to take on ourselves, which would be a lot bigger of an expense.
Mayor,
Yes.
you mentioned a motion. I'm going to make a motion which obviously can be amended, but I'm going to move to direct staff to finalize a use agreement with the Chamber of Commerce. And in saying that, I'm assuming it's the one that's been put before us.
Yes, as proposed.
Yeah.
Second.
No, I'm going to vote yes on that, because I think this is a compromise. I mean, it's, you know, the mayor says zero, and I'm sure that, you know, the chamber would want zero, and as David was saying earlier, you know, the number started much higher in terms of what he wanted to get back from the chamber. So I think this is kind of middle of the road, and you know, I don't think either side gets complete what they want. So to me, that's a good compromise.
Did we get a second? Yeah. Okay, okay.
Councilmember Magazine?
Aye.
Councilmember McMahon? Vice Mayor Friedel?
Aye.
Councilmember Spellich?
Aye.
Councilmember Grzybowski?
Aye.
Councilmember Charno?
Aye.
Mayor Dickey?
Nay.
Motion passes 6-1.
Thank you, everyone. Our next is along the same lines, FHCCA. Rachel?
Promise this is my last one for tonight. So yes, along the same lines, we have a use agreement before you that is specific to the Fountain Hills Civic and Cultural Association. This is a little bit different because this is specific to our community center and the use of the space there. As I've started most of our meetings, and I'd like to reiterate now, we have a lot of groups in our community that make up the fabric of our town. And they are all very worthy, and they all bring a sense of joy and participation. So this is something that we have worked, rolled around in a lot of different ways to try to make something very equitable and hopefully something that's very fair. I want to thank Tammy for her insight and her sharing. We've had quite a few emails from the public about this. So once again, this is a proposal. This is open for adjustment and your feedback so that we can create this use agreement as well. With that, it is also very sticky and complicated. Please stop and ask me questions at any point. Okay, first question is generally, what do we waive? How much is currently waived
on average. And I did put averages because sometimes meetings end early, sometimes meetings go late, sometimes I need an extra week, sometimes I don't. Sometimes we cancel for holidays, sometimes we don't. So we took an average, and you can kind of see them outlined there. So the total on average of our ballrooms only, so just the ballroom space, the big rooms over there, that total, if paid at our new local nonprofit, so that's half off, come out to roughly $25,500. This does not account for anything that we do, including staging, sound, setting up chairs, tearing down chairs. Again, a lot of that is standard to our events. I would argue staging is probably not. Staging is a pretty extensive effort that takes a lot of time, and those pieces are heavy. Same thing with our dance floor. Our dance floor is pretty big and pretty cumbersome. But for the most part, it's valued at $25,500. So when we look at our classroom space, so a number of you have been to meetings and whatnot in our classrooms, so our meeting rooms. Again, on average, here's what is used. And at our new local nonprofit rates, it comes out to about $4,300. This is an annual look. Once again, on average. So, looking at all of this and all of the different things we have in our community center and all of the different contributions that the groups within the FHCCA contribute, this is what we have proposed. We start with full fee waivers for partner programs and events as noted, which totals $19,700 in value. First, it would be the weekly bingo program. It doesn't always use 2 ballrooms, but we do have 2 ballrooms available if they need to overflow. That's a very active group. There's a lot of folks that play bingo. Maybe some of you guys will someday too, who knows. We have encore presentations. Again, Encore is a good partner with us. They bring presentations in generally on a quarterly basis. So the Dark Sky Festival, which is held, which is a Saturday event at the Community Center and Centennial Circle. We recognize that as a partner program with us. The Leadership Academy space is needed. We anticipate the opening reception, maybe a couple of their classroom spaces and their graduation. Again, another partner program that learns about the town and helps develop civic leaders. Our Munch and Music program has 4 performances seasonally. They are very well attended. Our program, we pack the house with those, so we do recommend a full fee waiver for that program, as well as the Time for You technology, which is a time where our seniors can come in with maybe a new iPad or a laptop or a phone that says, how do I use this? How do I use it to FaceTime? How do I use it to do social media? So there is some training for technology.
Rachel?
Yes, ma'am.
I was asked how, just overall, you came up, or we came up with the idea that these were partners as opposed, because this is kind of the gist of the whole thing. So if you could, and I know you just went through one by one, but was it, basically Encore was senior services, and Dark Sky is part of something that we're contributing to, so that would almost be like charging ourselves or something. So I just wondered if you could overall address that.
Yeah, let me give you some philosophy behind why these are listed. Sure. Bingo serves a really, really vulnerable population. It serves a really specific demographic. A lot of our users are 80, 90. We celebrate 90-something birthdays in there a lot. It's a really, again, specific, and I'll say vulnerable. This is a group that that's what they do. And so we feel like that is a service to a part of our population that doesn't have a lot of services geared for them. Encore has been a good, again, partner with us. They reach out to our, again, to that same population, our senior population, and they generally bring in presentations that are of value to them, whether it's about, I'm going to use our last presentation, but whether it's about Alzheimer's or whether it's about Alzheimer's care or dementia, they bring in a lot of valuable information in those presentations. Dark Sky, much to your point, we are a Dark Sky community. It makes sense for us to partner with this group to celebrate that status. Leadership Academy, as I mentioned, is creating the next generation, if you will, of civic leaders. A lot of our leaders in our commissions, a lot of our leadership in other civic groups here in town go through the Leadership Academy. And it does teach them about the town and what we do, and to a depth and level that we can't do on a regular basis.
kind of bopping back to our senior perspective, Munch and Music really does serve that senior population. It's a social time for them. They enjoy that project. And again, it's really, really well attended. We have upwards of 300 people when that program happens every spring. Time for You, again, is a service to our community and our seniors to understand how to use technology safely.
I just wanted to just bring up that it's a good question you asked, Mayor. A lot of these items you would see in other communities that these are actually programs that are actually put on by a community center staff. So this is cost avoidance for the town because these are typically, I'll give you an example, Leadership Academy, a lot of the other Valley cities all have their own leadership program that they put on themselves. So these are all really great programs, and these are all things that we call them partnerships because these are literally things that we would do ourselves if we had either thought of them first or we had the staff to do it.
I think you're making my point for me about the chamber, though, and this is why this whole thing is difficult, because what are services that we would be providing, and then we end up sounding like we're making value judgments again, so it's a tough one.
It is. And once again, standard for all the programs. When we need to account for setup and breakdown times, it's subject to availability. If they need additional space, program grows, program needs more, wants to accommodate more people, wants to go more weeks, it would be subject to the fee waiver policy. And then any additional fees for, again, I said the staging, the dance floor, and large logistic items that take a substantial amount of time for our staff to set up. AV, sound, that type of stuff is all part of the rental. We wouldn't add that in, or the waiver in this case, I should say. In addition to these programs specifically, the proposal allocates or suggests an additional use, the Grand Ballroom use, for 2 full weekends. That's a Friday through Sunday annually. And that can be used at FHCCA's discretion. The leadership of FHCCA can decide who uses that, whether it's the band, whether it's the choir, whether it's another program I'm not thinking about. Again, the value of that is about $7,200, and it would be subject to all the same things: availability, space, etc. We're also proposing the complimentary 36 hours of classroom use. To be used between 2 and 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. Why? Because that's when we have it available. Mornings are really busy at the community center. That's when a majority of our other programs go on, whether that's poker, whether that's our fitness classes, whether that's our yoga, whether that's our whatever it is. We're really busy up till roughly 2 o'clock, and then we have more space to accommodate community groups. So 2 to 8, Monday through Thursday. That's a value of about $450. Same kind of concept with that it would be subject to availability. I think it goes without saying, but I'm going to put it out there that all of this does include any type of setup, tables, chairs. You want it in a square, you want it in conference room style, you want round tables because you want to be able to have breakout groups, whatever that is. We work with the groups to create the setup that they need. Again, in partnership with the town, it's suggested that the FHCCA be responsible for any additional room use, events, dates, or programs that they would need. They would follow the guidelines and the fee structure in the town fee waiver policy, which again, as we all know, is half off the nonprofit rates. Adherence to our reservation policy standards, including a timely request, cancellation notices, et cetera. We're looking for a working relationship that says if you need a room, we need some heads up. Walking in and saying, well, I needed one today, I forgot to tell you, probably isn't going to work. And I think that's, again, standard. I think it goes without saying, but we did want to put it out there because it's more about cancellation. If you're going to cancel a meeting or you didn't get a quorum or, I don't know, heaven forbid somebody has COVID and we need to cancel, notice is appreciated. Fiscal obligations for payments of fees, including applications, permits, whatever else would be the obligation of FHCCA. Same thing as we talked about, repayment or coverage of any direct costs incurred by the town, including any damages, spills, things like that. Adherence to our town policies, including our special event procedures. So for instance, the Dark Skies, if this goes through and we waive their their event, they still need to go through the event process. It doesn't absolve them from going through the process and procedure. Business license, insurance requirements, all of that good stuff, alcohol permits. And then once again, an annual review by both parties. And then upon mutual agreement, administratively renewed, so we're not back here. Additional considerations, I wanted to put it out there at the total because there's a lot of numbers out there on those slides. The total fee waiver value as proposed is $27,350. Again, these are just reviews that anything else that they'd like to use, anything addition above the 36 hours of classroom use, above the 2 weekends of ballroom use would be subject to the fee waiver policy. At that point, I'd be happy to answer any questions, discussions. I imagine there's a number of speaker cards, so I'll turn it over.
Yeah, quick, I'm probably a little confused. The 27,350 represents what?
If we approve the fee waiver as I just talked about, so we waive all of those groups and their programs, plus 2 free weekends in the ballrooms, plus 36 hours of classroom space, it adds up to 27,350.
Got it, thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm a little confused, I apologize. On the page, it says meeting room used waived on average. There's almost like 100 hours on there, unless I'm adding it wrong. And how did you come up to 36? And I guess my question is this going to stay plus the 36 hours, or is this what you're cutting out?
We're saying 36 hours as FHCCA would like to use them. And if they would like to allocate them to these groups, that's fine. Note that Encore is one of the free, I'll say, waived programs. So the first bullet is already taken care of. The second bullet, community or computer/tech time, is already taken care of because that's one of the programs we listed as being a partner program in the future slide.
So the community chorus, the band, the general board meeting for FHCCA, that's all going to be within 36 hours?
As they would like to use them, if they go over 36, they would be on charged the rental rate, which is $12.50 an hour.
I'm having difficulty with that because it's the community chorus, the community band, it's the community garden, things like that. Yes, I know, but the practice and things that they need and knowing that they don't have a budget, I think that's really going to be difficult for them to even participate.
If you'd like to increase that number of hours, that's certainly up for discussion. We started at 36 hours as a suggested starting point. That's, again, we figure, okay, if there's 10 months a year that they use it, because generally the groups don't meet over the summertime or during holidays or whatnot. It kind of breaks down to roughly 3 meetings a month, give or take. And then anything in addition to currently as proposed would be at the $12.50 an hour rate.
Just follow up on that. I see the chorus. What about the band?
The band does not use a meeting room. The band uses our ballrooms. The community band concert uses 4 ballrooms, 2 weekends, an average of 36 hours.
3 weekends?
Community chorus, band, 5,400. That's 5,400.
Vice Mayor, if you want to talk, and then we'll take some cards.
I was just going to make a comment. I was going to say, can we look at maybe doing 48 hours
That's
for them?
certainly,
I mean, that might help the chorus and some of these other groups that we got a lot of emails from.
Yeah, I was going to throw out 52, just one a week, but, you know.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to pick your brain. Can you tell me when you first started in your position, how many organizations fell under FHCCA?
I can't tell you that. I don't know. I know that a number have been added under my time here. I know that Encore was a standalone and I believe was folded under FHCCA. And I'm gonna add that if I'm wrong or I am incorrect, I'm going off of memory. Encore, the community garden was added. Dark Skies was added. Leadership Academy was added. Those are the ones that are jumping out right now.
Well, where I'm going with this is it's mission creep. It's more groups, more groups, more groups. I want to be under this. I want to be under this. I want to be under this. Where do we stop? Where does the number stop? Where do we say, FHCCA, sorry, that's what this is about. That's what this whole policy is about. This whole policy is to stop mission creep, stop people from calling you continuously saying, oh, I want it, I want this, I'm this, I'm that. So, I'm not against the band. I love the band. I was in band. I'm not against the choir. I was in the choir. I'm not against any of this stuff. But what I'm saying is at what point, I could go along with 50 hours. If the council members are, I think 36 is more than generous. But if the fellow council members believe 50 is better, but there has to be a point where we stop letting everybody jump on and everybody being a part of this FHCCA. There has to be rules and regulations that we follow, or we're never going to have anything but these organizations in these rooms.
I did a little research. The founding fathers, if you will, of the community center, Walt Franklin, Ken and Evelyn Brighting, Jerry Miles, and that group, they originally set up that community center to attract corporations for retreats. And those outside classrooms were to be used for breakout sessions. And the rest of the clubs were to pay for the use. That's how they were going to finance paying off the original bond for this project. So to Councilman Spellich's point, it has crept. I wouldn't be against 50 hours either, to give some leeway and try and find a middle ground, if you will.
If you don't mind, we listen to some cards now, and then we can further discuss.
First is Jean Mikulicek. Mikulicek. Okay.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Gene Mikulicek. I'm a resident of Fountain Hills. My comments relate to the use agreement that is part of Agenda 8J. The heart of that use agreement is the agreement between the town and FHCCA regarding fees for the use of the town of the community center. The use agreement will have serious and adverse consequences on two organizations that are under the umbrella of the FHCCA, the Fountain Hills Community Band and the Fountain Hills Chorus. I'm here to address those significant impacts on those organizations and their members. The band and chorus currently use the community center 5, not 4, 5 weekends a year. 2 for the chorus, 3 for the band concerts. The band and chorus concerts generate sizable and enthusiastic crowds. The concerts create and project a positive cultural and artistic image for our town. Agenda 8, Item 8J reduces the use to 2 weekends a year. The other 3 concerts will have to be paid for at a total cost of over $4,500. It's a little tough to calculate, and that's at the reduced local nonprofit rate. The band and chorus are self-funded. Members pay dues to perform. Let me repeat that. Members pay dues to perform. The dues pay for professional leadership, music licensing fees, and performance fees that have to be paid by the band and the chorus for every concert song that they perform or sing at the concert. Many members are on fixed incomes. The members include many from the senior citizen category. Participation in these organizations provides important social, physical, and mental health benefits for its members. I can guarantee you that many members will cease to participate if they are required to cover an additional $4,500 in expenses. Band and chorus members do more than put on concerts. Chorus members perform at retirement communities, especially at the holidays. Band members perform at many town functions and support other town organizations. The Stroll in the Glow, various veteran events at Memorial Park, and the Thanksgiving Day Parade are but some of those events. What is the value of these benefits to the town? The town derives important social, cultural, and public relations benefits from having performance organizations that carry and promote the name of the town. It is ironic that we are here tonight because the Fountain Hills Community Band and the Fountain Hills Community Chorus are being priced out of the Fountain Hills Community Center. One might ask, what is the community center for? Is it to generate money for the town from wedding receptions, business banquets, and private party get-togethers? Isn't that this the business of the town's resorts, hotels, and numerous golf course venues? The community center was built by the taxpayers for their use, despite what Mr. Friedel says. Community groups are now being pushed out of the town, are now being pushed out so the town can use the community center as a revenue generator. Depriving the band and chorus of community center access for free concerts a year will have consequences that appear not to have been considered. Please amend the use agreement to provide a waiver of fees for the 5 concert weekends a year that have become the tradition in this town. Thank you very much.
Gene, hold on, I think
Gene.
we have a question.
Don't go away, Gene. How are you?
Good. You like
Welcome.
my time?
I love it. Gene, have the band or chorus ever considered an entry fee of like $5 just to, and I got an email that says there are about 1,000 people who go to these things.
They are. They're very popular.
That's $5,000.
We've tried having buckets of contributions out at our concerts. The last concert that we had, we raised $772 in contributions. If we would have to rent that venue, let me see if I do a quick calculation. If we would have had to rent that venue for the event, I think it would have been $1,200 to rent it under the reduced fee, and we collected $772. Plus, I got to tell you, we pay to buy the music, to get the music, and then we have to fill out a form after every concert reporting to an organization. These are the songs that we performed. Oh, here's the money that we owe you for performance fees. These all come with licensing fees, and they're all paid for by dues by the band members. The chorus does sell tickets, and I can't speak to how much they go or break even, but I will tell you, we provide the service for the band because we have a lot of older members, and believe me, this is a great benefit for these people who show up and perform and keep their mind active and then engage in this type of activity. We could charge a fee, but there are logistic issues with it.
Gene, I guess I was maybe uninformed. The mayor says that you have...
No, I'm talking about the chorus.
Oh, the chorus. So you have to buy tickets for the chorus, correct?
I'm sorry?
You have to buy tickets for the chorus,
Yes, that is correct.
but not the band.
That is correct.
Any idea what the fee is for the chorus?
Yeah, the chorus fees are, I think, $15 if you buy in advance and $17 if you buy the day of. There's someone near and dear to my heart who may be speaking after me who's president of the chorus, and she can answer those questions.
And how much of an audience do you get for the band?
We do one concert at a time. The chorus does Friday and Saturday or Saturday and Sunday. We do Sunday. And we get, pre-COVID, we were getting 250, 300. I think at the concert we did back in late April, I'm in a band and I'm trying to judge, looking out over the audience, so I may not get the best perspective. We might have had 125, 150.
I'm just looking for possible ways to defray the cost to both the band and the chorus, that's all.
Bigger buckets and more people being aggressive, twisting arms, I think might work out okay.
Thank you.
Gene, you just said something that caught my attention. You do Sunday concerts? Do you just do one day a weekend?
The band does one concert at a time, correct. We do Sunday concerts.
This has you at 2 for 2 days, right? So this says 2 weekends, Saturday, Sunday, but you really only do Sunday?
And practice and get set up.
Yeah, Saturday is set up. We set up the microphones, kind of get set up. Well, actually, no, we show up and do a dress rehearsal at about 2 o'clock on Sunday afternoon and then perform at 4 on Sunday afternoon.
My understanding is Saturday is all set up. And I'm not going to vouch for it.
Yeah,
I'm not
Saturday
gonna-
probably is set up by your organization, by your staff, because there are risers and it does take some time. I doubt if you can do that all on Sunday.
Right.
But
So
we
it-
don't show up and do anything on Saturday.
Because and I appreciate your feedback, because I'm not as familiar with the band and the chorus and whatnot set up. What I will say is that this goes back to the conversation about including the full process of, we can set up for the band on Saturday in anticipation of their Sunday concert, but I can't have something else in there. So it's occupied, lack of a better word.
Yeah, I understand.
So is that the case with the chorus also, that they don't really have a Friday, they just have a Saturday, Sunday, but we charge for the day before? So if you have a concert and you come to do the dress rehearsal at
About 2 o'clock.
2, then we can't set it up on Sunday. We have to set it up on
I
Saturday.
can't answer that, but looking at the logistics, I doubt if the staff could do it. I can't speak for the staff, but I sure wouldn't want to be doing it.
Mayor.
And I will say the chorus performs on Saturday and Sunday, but their setup is a bit more complex. They have risers, they have their own type of speaker system, because they have a lot more soloists who perform. So, and then they also, I believe, do a dress rehearsal on Friday night. And then they perform on Saturday and Sunday.
I guess I'm just saying, I'm looking for ways to take some of these hours off of this, of the days that you perform. And I know I'm going back forever, but when we would do the theater, we'd had Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday, we brought everything over to McDowell Mountain, set it up on the day of the show. So we didn't have to do anything the day before. So I just trying to see if there's a solution here to get some less hours anyway. Councilman?
Yeah, what I'm wrestling with, and I don't know if anybody has the answer to this, but I'd love it if we could waive the fees for the band and the chorus and so on. But what criteria do we use when we've got so many other organizations that have to pay the 50% fee? I mean, that presents a real problem for us.
I heard discussion earlier about trying to do a branding mechanism with the Chamber of Commerce. There was a whole chart of these are the things that the Chamber does, but the town's name doesn't appear with it. This town name appears with us. We are the Fountain Hills Community Band and the Fountain Hills Community Chorus. We actually have people who come from other towns to play with us because they heard about us. We have a good reputation. And we think that good reputation kind of helps spread the good name of the town.
Jean, how many weekends do you need a year?
We perform 3 times. We do a Christmas concert, a concert in December. This year, we also did a concert in February, and then another one in April.
Okay. And so you say you need 3 weekends, and with the FHCCA, you get 4 weekends.
No, they get 2.
You get 2, and then...
I'm sorry, yeah. I'm jumping ahead, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah, the FHCCA, this compromise gives the FHCCA 2 weekends to allocate as they want to.
Okay.
And quite frankly, the FHCCA may decide that they want to use it for something else. We're presuming they're going to let the band inquire use those 2 weekends. It's the other 3 that we traditionally had that are now being cut out.
So how can we fix that?
Make it 5.
For the band?
Band and choir.
For the band and
make it
choir
5.
together? Okay, thank you.
We have another speaker?
I got so engrossed in it all. Sherry Mikolazik.
Good evening. My name is Sherry Mikolazik. I am, in fact, the president of the Community Chorus, and I'm confused. The price fee that I was given did not indicate that the $25 per any meeting room would be cut in half to $12.50. This was the first I've heard of that.
That is based on the fee waiver that the council passed 3 weeks ago.
Okay, that is, we could handle the rehearsals at $12.50, and I would be happy to handle the room cost for that. We cannot handle the concert costs for the ballrooms. That will take us under, and we will cease to exist. We do provide a great service. We have the elderly population that shows up at our concerts, just like bingo. We are half of what bingo is, what you're allotting for bingo. I don't understand that. We've been in Fountain Hills for, I think we're coming up on 30 years. We have a huge history with the town, and we hope to have a further history with the town, but at this point, I don't see us surviving this. We had a concert in 2022 in April. We had a huge response. We were coming off COVID. We lost our last concert before that was April of 2020. We canceled 3 weeks before the concert, incurred all the expenses of a concert and none of the income. It hit us hard, really hard. To be hit with costs now that you're proposing for the concerts in the ballrooms, we can't do it. Our members can't afford to pay more. We don't want to try to charge our audiences more because they too are struggling. When we had our April 2020 concert, it had a terrific response. We had at least 300 people each night. The chorus has 2 concerts. We usually have Saturday and Sunday, 1 session, and Sunday and Monday during the holidays because we're not allowed to have both holiday weekend nights. We had I can't tell you exactly how much we made, but we probably made at least $10,000 on our concert that rejuvenated our budget. We're happy to work with the costs, but just keep in mind the concert costs would take us under. Thanks for your consideration.
See, I have a question.
Oh, sure.
Just curious, what's your annual income? What's your annual budget?
Our annual budget is probably around $5,000 at this point, and that's optimistic. If this waiver goes through, we will be operating at a $5,000 deficit.
Is that pre-COVID or is that typical?
Oh, yeah, no, pre-COVID we are normally self-sufficient with the waivers of the rooms.
So you typically take in how much?
That's a good question. Probably the $10,000 that we made in the April concert is unusual, and that was for the 2 nights because we had a huge turnout.
Yeah, I'm not questioning you other than to try to figure the math out. What are your expenses?
Well, we have the music. We have one thing we have that most groups don't have, and I'm not sure if Jean mentioned that, we as a professional group, or semi-professional, we try to be professional, we have hired staff. We hire our directors and our pianist. So that's the biggest part of our budget right there. We have music expenses, which can be thousands, not hundreds of dollars when you're talking about 100 people in the chorus. And we usually have somewhere between 70 to 100, so we have a large group.
So you take in X, but your bottom line after all expenses in your budget is approximately $5,000?
At this point, we'd be lucky to have that.
And what do you do with that $5,000?
Well, we also have to buy things for the concert. We bought T-shirts last year, the tie-dye T-shirts. We have decorations. We have a room that we have to pay rental fees for all the storage of our music because the music it piles up quite fast, and so we have a storage room.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Do
It's hard to think. I know we've got a ton of stuff, but it's hard for me to think right now.
Do you have any other fundraisers other than the concerts themselves?
Not at this time, no.
Did you ever?
I believe in years past, when I was reading through some of the old paperwork from the chorus, they at one time would hold singing camps, things like that, go out and sell things to other groups. It wasn't a pleasant experience. I think the singing camps might have been fun, but you know, the same type of thing that the theater is trying to do, excuse me, to do, and everybody else. Sorry. There's just, everybody's out there asking for those donated dollars, and it doesn't come easily. And we always have a line on our registration form, do you want to donate extra money? And it rarely gets figured.
Yes, thank you. Well, this is probably more for Tammy, and I'm sure she's on the list or somebody higher up in FHCCA, but so each group, it has its own kind of line item underneath, and they're all kind of responsible for making their own budget item. You know, I'm just wondering if the board has ever considered pooling their resources a little bit more and subsidizing one over another if another one's making more money versus the other. This might be one way to kind of counteract some of this, because I know the chorus is feeling singled out in the band, and that obviously wasn't our intention in terms of pinpointing various groups, but yet we did waive others like the bingo, and you know, we have our justification for those. And you know, I kind of heard from one person like, well, what, you know, why wouldn't you include the chorus or the band in that waiver? You know, so this puts us in a difficult situation, and I'm just wondering if there's some other alternative ways of pooling these resources in terms of, you know, a one group versus 15 different ones that have to make their own. Anyway.
I think Mark might have a problem with that. It would be a bookkeeping nightmare to do that. At this point, we all have our own little individual accounts, and we have money taken out when we, one of the other things I was going to say that we also do is the choir is responsible for keeping the pianos tuned. So twice a year we have the baby grand tuned, and once a year we have the rehearsal piano tune.
Yeah, and I don't want to burden Mr. Dalton anymore, that's for sure, but, you know, the town has a lot of different departments and their own budgets, and some, you know, make money and some lose or whatever versus what their costs. So I'm just saying there's other solutions here possibly.
I'm glad you brought up that idea of making money, though, because I think it was brought up earlier that we make revenue on stuff, and we're not allowed to. These, like I said, this, if we were to, you know, put in every single one of our fees that we just approved, it would still be 26% cost recovery. So it's not about making money, you know what I'm saying? Do we have more speaker cards? Oh, okay, we'll move on with that. Thank you.
Next is Debbie Fisher.
Hello. Thank you for listening. I am Debbie Fisher. I am the president of the Fountain Hills Community Band, and I am a board member of the FHCCA, which I just greatly appreciate. Thank you for all you do. You have taken many groups into your fold and helped us, and with someone such as Mark Dalton, who is able to keep us on track with all those silly things that some of us don't really think about as far as money goes. We are a wonderful group of musicians from our town, and yes, we also bring in musicians from other parts of the valley, specifically to come out here. They come out to be with our directors, that we have top-notch directors. We have never failed in that area. We have top-notch players, and we have been able to go from the small group that we started 13 years ago, I guess, And we were playing in churches, and all of a sudden, FHCCA said, guess what? You can have, you can use the community center for free, because we could not afford it before. And so now we have built our our band into a wonderful group that can fill that sound in the ballroom. And I just want to thank you for that. That was just the best gift. You're right about a gift. And so I appreciate it, and that's why I'm here. It's just to let you know that we have had a chance to create music in that, grand ballroom, and you know how loud that ballroom is when people are talking. And when you create music on the background of silence, it is amazing. It's an impact. And we go from Stars and Stripes Forever to, White Christmas. We are there at Christmas time, and it is so much fun. So I just thank you so much for considering anything that you are doing for us, because we do only do it on Sundays, and we do not charge. That is to get in. But we do put the buckets up when you're trying to get out. So, and sometimes it's a wadded up $5 bill, and sometimes it's a check for $500. It depends on, on the people. But I have to say thank you so much for considering anything that you are doing for any of the arts of this wonderful town. I just appreciate it so much. And if you have any questions, never mind. And we do give a $1,000 scholarship for students from Fountain Hills High School. We do that because we do have high school kids that can come in and play with some of our fabulous players. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Ms. Fisher? Ma'am, I have a question for you. Do you have playbills that you put out for the band, for the performance?
To let them know
What songs are coming up?
Yes, we do. We do.
Okay. Do you sell advertising on those playbills?
No, but you know what? Since all this has come about, oh my, we have lots of thoughts of what to do, because we are spoiled. The Grand Ballroom is a blast to play music in. And so we are, we just have to find out what's going to be happening. We're already booked for this year for our 3 performances in the community center, and so we're just kind of waiting to see what's going on, and so that's what I know.
Just an idea. I think a playbill in which you sell advertising, anytime I've been forced to go to the theater with my wife at gunpoint, and we go there, and you get the playbill, you get, all the restaurants around the theater that you go to and all that. So I think business would be more than happy for a spot on a playbill to donate money to your organization. I'm just trying to brainstorm and.
I appreciate the brainstorming, because that's where we're at. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Aren't you the person who played taps at the Veterans Day
I
Fair?
am. I almost started singing as soon as
I thought you looked familiar. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is Lynn Trait, is it?
I thought maybe I'd add a few more things to what was said in the past. We did send letters out. A few things that Sherry did not tell you about what we spend money on. We do playbills for our performances. We have tried selling ads in the past. We found out that it made the printing of the playbills as expensive as what we collected sometimes in these ads. So it didn't always work for that. We also have printing of tickets. We have a website that we have built so that we can try to get people interested in our organization. And we have tried to sell tickets on that. It didn't work quite as well. So we have Eventbrite that we use for that. So we have we pay for things like that. Our treasurer unfortunately passed away right during COVID, and so he did not give us all of his books. So we don't have a lot of our back expenses. So we have to try to recreate some of these things in our mind, which is why we weren't able to give you some of these costs that we have had in the past. It is my memory that we start, I'm kind of the communications manager for the chorus, and I also do all of the emails and do the website and everything. So it is my memory that we kind of start the year with about $3,000, and by the time, and our Christmas performances never bring in as many as we do in the spring. We had so many people there this past spring because of what our theme was. We did the 60s, and that was a huge draw. We don't normally have that many people, but I tell you, the number of people that came up after us and said, thank you for bringing music back to our town. It is such an uplifting thing, and I would hate to see that go away. I think, you know, in our thoughts, if we would be able to have the concert rooms taken care of, we wouldn't even mind paying the $25 for the rehearsal, you know, if that would compensate a little bit. It's just that thousands and thousands of dollars just would put us under, and I don't want to see our group go away. I've been singing there for 17 years, and it is, I missed it so much during COVID, and I would really miss doing it again. As membership chair, I see a lot of people coming from other towns joining our chorus. I also see those people because I enter names into our database. I see people coming from out of town to our chorus. I saw people at our restaurants after our performances. So I know that it is a draw, and I know you understand that. You've supported us in the past, and we hope that you will again. We feel we are just as important as bingo. We have just as many old people as bingo has sometimes. We have people sitting down during our performances because they can't stand. But thank you very much. I appreciate it.
I had a question for her. Do you charge a membership fee?
We charge we charge $25, $40 is our membership fee. I'm sorry, I got it mixed up. I'm bidding. I get mixed up between our tickets. Yes, we have a $40 membership fee. No, for each person that is singing with us. That helps cover our music expenses and our fees for paying our directors. Yes. I think raising that would be an issue. Thank you. That's per session.
So it's 88 years.
Yes. $40 per session. We have a session during the fall that starts after Labor Day and ends with our concerts, which is the first weekend after Thanksgiving. And then we have our spring session, which starts right after Christmas and ends in the first part of April when we have our concerts. And then we are not around during the summer, so we don't need 52 months or 52 weeks of practice sessions. We only have about 25. Thank you.
The last one, oh no, it isn't the last one, sorry. Tiffany, your last name is cut off, so I'm not sure what it is.
And in lieu of time, I'm going to be so fast because I just want to share my supports. But Mayor Dickey, Vice Mayor, council members, and staff, thank you all for all that you do for the community. My name's Tiffany McVitie. I'm the new director of the Munchin Music Program, and I'm here to primarily, and I'll just say I'm a local resident in favor of agenda item 8J, approval of provisions to include in a use agreement with the Fountain Hills Cultural and Civic Association, as you want to propose, and we are grateful for that program. The one thing that I would like to, I guess I'll clarify a little bit about FHCCA. Now that I sit on their board, I came from Seattle, Washington as a microeconomic development teacher, facilitator. I've worked for cities, towns, small cities as a SBA Women's Business Center director. No other place I've ever been has an organization like FHCCA that's been serving this community for 38 years. And yes, it expands and grows because it was designed to do that. what it does is it takes in all those little tiny groups like mine that can't afford to be a nonprofit. We don't have the corporate structure to be a nonprofit. We're not designed to be profitable. We're not designed to be a nonprofit. We do a community event. We try to raise the funds to make it happen, and we're grateful for all the support that this use agreement provides. Thank you very much.
Tammy Bell?
Me again. Thanks, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and staff. I am also, I'm Tammy Bell, resident of Fountain Hills, and also the current president of FHCCA. You all received a packet, and I hope I was able to answer some of your questions. I threw out my statement for today just to address things that have been asked in the last 15, 20 minutes. FHCCA programs are not all using the community center. I want to make sure that that's really clear. Currently, we have the In-Home Concerts Vision Fountain Hills Nonprofit Network, AED Program, Poinsettia Project, FHCCA Board, The Garden, and Public Art that do not use the community center. So the ones that we are speaking to today are the ones mostly that Rachel has addressed. To Grady's point, the amount of money potentially saved by the town not doing the programs that are using the community center, I have come to an estimate, and I think this is a minimal estimate, of our FHCCA program volunteers doing 7,000 hours a year to program these programs and to implement them. And at the lowest amount of your customer representative rate that's on the website, that would be equal to $115,000 in payroll. So 7,000 hours, $115,000 in payroll is what the town is saving by allowing volunteers and supporting the volunteers to do some of these programs in the community center. The chorus, I've heard numbers of moving maybe up to 50. The chorus requires 56 hours. Just throwing that out there. That's what they're using right now for practice. So if you were to consider increasing the meeting space, then 56 hours would accommodate for the chorus practices. Yes, we've been given a couple weekends to share, and I would like to request from the council that you do consider the band. Those full weekends are we say is kind of the chorus because they're the ones who require the full weekend. The band is more of a Saturday, Sunday, and that is a different expense. And so we're just asking that you do consider adding those. If for any reason you just can't add all 5 of our concerts onto this waiver, might I please suggest that you consider giving us 1 year to help the band and the choir figure out how they're going to do this for future years. If you could just give them 1 more year to plan, knowing now what the fees are going to be and what the waiver looks like, maybe we can help them with the sponsorships, with the playbill advertisements, with whatever else ideas we want to run up with. We just need the time to help them with that. Changing our accounting might be a huge task, so maybe you want to give us 2 years to see if we could combine all of our programs and figure that out. I do want to stress that members come to FHCCA to be under a 501c3. They need a way to raise money, and we provide that structure for them. That is the #1 reason members come and programs come under us, and we will continue to grow that as much as we can to support our community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask you something? When we did the nonprofit $5,000 grants, they didn't apply and not get it or anything like that, right? Because I know that for FHCCA, well, FHCCA itself, and then Munch and Music, Encore, so they got the $5,000. Did anybody apply for that? Did we have to turn anybody down at all?
No, everyone that was breathing and was a 501c3 or other 501 received it. And I'm sorry for joking, it's just late. Yeah. Tammy, to her credit, she asked when the rules came out on it, and it made it appear that only like one organization could qualify for the 5,000. And I made a determination, since there were all these subgroups that really, in my opinion, they were very different from one another, that they could individually apply. And so that's what they did. And not everybody obviously applied if there were only 4 that were awarded.
Okay.
Yeah, we encouraged them all, and that's why FHCCA as a program did not apply until the date was extended. I wanted to make sure all of our programs were considered first.
Okay. I'm going back to the, what you talked about, the ballrooms and such. And so the offer actually is, for us, is the 3 days. So you're really talking $5,400 between everybody to have to find time. If that money, if that goes to the chorus, that's the $7,200, then the band is the one. So even if we did two, an extra, or one or two extra. Pardon me? Yeah.
What if you gave each of them an extra weekend?
Well, so the one, though, only needs the 2 days, all right? The band only puts one show on.
Yeah.
So, but that would, that would help with
There's
that.
3 concerts, the chorus 2.
But she means they need it for a 2-day weekend because they only put one show on for the weekend. I
Yeah.
think that's what the mayor is saying.
Yeah, not like, it's not 2. The other one has the 2 days. And then, I think you mentioned how many members were in each of these, and I know that they pay membership fee, but I wonder, like, I've been to meetings where, we pay, we just come and put, it is in a bucket, but, put money in a bucket to pay for the room that we're using. So I appreciate the offer as far as the rooms go. Did we have another speaker? I'm sorry. We do? Okay, I'll wait then. Any other questions for Tammy? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Roger Riggard.
Madam Mayor, County Council, I'm going to try not to be too repetitive from everything that's preceded me here this evening, but I'm really approaching it from a little different angle, a little bit from a historical, and by the way, I'm talking about the community chorus only. So I'm a citizen of this town for about the past 26 years. I'm the past president of the Fountain Hills Civic Association, which was the predecessor of the FHCCA, and also past president of the chorus. And I still on both of their boards. The chorus is one of the older organizations in this town. It well preceded the town incorporation, and it goes way back. When I first joined the chorus, we were rehearsing in the old community center, which now is a theater. And we did our concerts in the various churches in town. We were thrilled when the community center was completed, that we would have a place to rehearse and present our concerts. I didn't have a lot of time to look at the fee schedule. I know that and I probably misinterpreted some of it, but particularly the 4-hour minimum. And I saw on some of the charts, some of the, Rachel, some of the rehearsals were you had 3 hours up there, yet on the fee schedule, you say a 4-hour minimum.
For the ballrooms, there's a 4-hour, not for the classrooms.
But that wasn't clear in the fee schedule.
Gotcha.
So anyway, so of course, we've been outlined all the other expenses that we have. And in the short term, I believe that raising ticket prices is not an option. In the discretionary purchases for chorus tickets, particularly for seniors, will not be part of their budget in light of the current inflationary climate. So I think I'm not going to be repetitive from everything that was said before, but I urge the council to consider a modification of the fee to protect this historic organization, because we are basically a historic organization in town. We're the oldest one, really, as far as the cultural aspect. I looked at the fee waiver, and I'm not sure there's a level playing field there. That's just just my take, okay? Any questions?
Thank you, Roger. Any other comments or suggestions? I want to get some credit for the Arts Council, because FHCCA is actually, I'm a charter member of the Arts Council from ages ago, so. Oh. Oh, I thought we said the last one.
She said she, oops, after she.
Oh, but then she said.
Dory Wittrick.
Okay, hello again. As I mentioned earlier, I'm the past president of FHCCA. So I want to take just a moment to make sure, because it doesn't sound like you are all familiar with our organization. We are only an organization of various groups coming together at a board table every month. We have a volunteer. They are all volunteers, by the way. We have a volunteer who's a treasurer. And all of these people that you've heard from tonight and all of their representatives, the people that they represent, are all volunteers. And you've heard them say they pay to do this. They pay to do this to provide a service to the community of Fountain Hills. The organizations that put on the performing arts, they serve hundreds and through the years, thousands of people. And those people all pay taxes to attend that community center. You're the stewards of our budget. You're the stewards of our buildings. But these taxes are paid by these residents. And we are not talking about folks who really, frankly, have the budget to do much more than what they're doing. And you ask them to do more and to raise more. You've heard the point made several times here tonight that the organizations that we support in this organization in other communities are paid for by the municipality. They aren't here. These are people that do it out of love. And these people are going to go on, and there'll be a different crew in a few years. And the evolution and the stretching and the growing, that's because we need to have it happen. A few years ago, we needed a leadership academy because people were tired of serving on boards for 10 and 15 years. We needed something new. We came up with it. The community garden, we took an ugly piece of not even parking lot and made something beautiful out of it. And that's the thing about this whole organization. They make something great out of nothing. And they do it all on volunteer hours. And they provide only a service to the other residents of Fountain Hills, all who pay taxes, to come to the community center. I just ask you to consider that when you're asking us to think about who we need to cut out of this budget, because it's not going to come from them. Thank you.
Brenda Calavianakis.
Good evening. Hi, Ms. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Town Council, staff. I'll make this very brief. It's getting late. I just wanted to offer my unconditional support to the speakers you just heard tonight for music in Fountain Hills. I support the Fountain Hills Community Band. I support the Fountain Hills Choir unconditionally. The letter, I didn't prepare a statement, but the letter that Jean and Sherry wrote tonight, I agree with 100%. Julie Fisher, her statement, I agree with that too. Aaron, to address my conflicts of interest, I have been asked to play in the Fountain Hills Community Band. I have played saxophone with Jean, and last Memorial Day, I was with Julie Fisher. We played for Taps Across America last Monday. And so I'm very much invested in this. I want to tell you I'm very much invested in this, and I'm just hoping that you'll accommodate them and work with them to keep the music in Fountain Hills. Thank you.
I was just wondering, what taxes were you talking about that people pay to?
Everyone in this room, everyone in this community pays taxes and supports
What tax? I'm sorry, maybe I don't understand. Sales tax, yes. We don't have a primary property tax, though.
I understand that.
So just to that point, all the taxpayers in the entire town are our responsibility. So when we look at trying to have cost recovery, I mean, this is the dilemma of this whole thing, you know? I mean, we have responsibilities to all of them, and so that's why we're trying to navigate our way through this as best as possible. Yes, sir.
In light of how late it's getting and everything, I'll just throw a proposal out that we increase it from 36 to 50, leave FHCCA to have the 2 full weekend ballrooms, and waive what would be the fee as requested by them for a year for them to get their financial house in order. Both for the chorus and the band for 1 year, not 2, 1 year. That gives them 1 year, even though this fee structure has been talked about ad nauseum, and everybody knew the fees were coming, but give them the benefit of the doubt, give them a year to do the stage bills or whatever type of fundraising that they want to do, sponsorship by a business or something, but give them 1 year, but raise it to 50, but leave it at 2 full weekends. That's what I propose.
Any discussion on that? Any thoughts?
I'm just wondering the mechanics of that, though. So we're going to give them 2 free weekends, but we're still going to charge for the other 3? Or we're going to wait a year? That's
Waive it for a year, but according to one of the speakers that came up here, they've already booked, correct?
They have dates on reserve.
Okay, so those dates that they would have on reserve, that
They'll get 'em.
particular date would be waived for this year, for this fiscal year. Raise it from 36 to 50, and then leave it at 2 free weekends. I mean, I think that's a great compromise.
I'll second that if that was a motion.
No, we have to discuss.
Oh.
Oh, okay, we can have more discussion.
Can I offer one just clarifying question? So we would start their agreement, let's say July 1, consistent with the fiscal year. So just so I have my notes right, because I want to make sure, because it's late and I've looked at this a lot. The proposal would up the number of hours for use of the meeting space to 50 annually, and then anything over and above. And then 2 full weekends as proposed, and then anything over and above after July 1 next year would be assessed. So they have a full year to sort of get
their things together.
Okay. I just want to make sure I had my notes right. Thank you.
Mayor.
Yes, Councilman, no.
A year seems like a long time. I can go along with it, and I won't be here, but I really think there should be a progress report, at least after 6 months, to see how it's going.
One thing I wanted to say was, when you were talking about how there are members that will keep joining, and possibly they will, and I think that offering a nonprofit or an ability to get to be a nonprofit is a great thing that FHCCA does. But I think this will stop it from starting to include, in other words, this agreement is with FHCCA, and this is how it is. So this would go forth and would prevent, I think, what you were talking about. And then after a year, I still would want to, we would have the opportunity to reevaluate, but I think that is a good way to start. I think one of the things that we could help with is, so FHCCA has, this agreement is with FHCCA, so maybe internally they can make some changes. But I also think that if it's not crazy for you to look at 1 day less for each of these, I don't really see why you have to set up on a Saturday to do a 2 o'clock rehearsal.
It's significant. And I mean that in the truest sense. It's multiple hours of setup to set up the staging and the risers and the chairs and the
I would agree. I think what you're saying sounds logical, Mayor, but the deal is, we may have an event on Friday night, and we have to take that down because it's completely a different setup. And so we really need, in a way, just the time to be able to do it properly. So logically, I think what you're saying makes sense, but I don't think it works in
Okay.
practice.
Well, and then the other thing, as this year goes by, that maybe instead of the two, they only have the one, or maybe there are other options that we can do going forward, but I think that sounds like a very good compromise.
And let me clarify what I said. I don't want, or am I promoting, that no one joins FHCCA. I hope you get 100 members, 200 members. What we're trying to limit as a council is all of these people joining and then wanting all these free room spaces. That's all. I'm not trying to say that you should limit the amount of people that you let come under your 501(c)(3) umbrella. That's fine. Have 100 people join you. But I think what this council is tasked with is being good stewards of that particular building that we just dumped $900,000 into. And we all pay taxes. So the choir members, the band members, we all up here pay taxes. If I wanted to rent the room, I would pay full boat. That's just it. So, you know, I don't mean to limit or minimize FHCCA, and I didn't mean to minimize the Chamber of Commerce. And it's very important to note, and everybody needs to know this, the monies that we're asking in no way is going to compensate or reimburse the town for the amount of money that goes out. So it's just something. So I stand by my proposal of, do you need me to repeat it? Or somebody else, you want to talk? Sorry, I just saw it was 9:20.
Somebody waved at me and said, shut David up. No, I'm kidding. I want to make a couple of points. First of all, it is hard to get and qualify and keep a nonprofit status. I think the FHCCA concept is brilliant. I love it. I appreciate that they came up with it. So I know they won't stop growing because the concept is absolutely brilliant. It's really hard to do. Same thing Councilman Spellich just said. We are not asking for cost recovery. If we would, this would be a for-profit business, and we understand that it's not. I think it is very important that we make the decision today. I do not want Rachel to have to come back next year and do the same dog and pony show for us to try to make, okay, those of us that are still here, to try to make the decision next year. I feel like we need to book it. It needs to be made. If it's waiving a year worth of fees, then that's what it is. And then beginning July 1st, 2023, this is what it is.
Mayor, if I may, it's a good question, Councilwoman. So what I think I heard with the motion is that it would be the 2 free weekends plus 50 hours for meetings. That's what the agreement will be. The fee waiver will be administrative, meaning for next year, the staff and I will be able to do the administrative waiver based on the motion tonight. So that's how we're going to do it. So then we don't have to come back with a new agreement next year. We'll have the agreement approved tonight, and it should stand, and then they have an opportunity to try to see what they can do financially, and they can report back to us.
Right, I never, in the motion.
I know you didn't.
Oh.
I'm trying to clarify how it would work for the councilwoman.
I just kind of felt like I was getting that vibe from elsewhere. I totally got what you were saying, but I kind of felt like we need to say that so that people don't assume Rachel's coming back next year.
No, it's lick 'em stamp, no changes. That's
Lick 'em
it.
stamp, no changes.
That's what it is. Next year, everybody will, the agreement will stay exactly as written.
Okay.
One more
I can go along with
question.
that.
I'm sorry, and this is really because I think I'm all tired. And again, so the only part that we're delaying till July 1 of next year is the fees for the additional concert weekends. Everything else would go into effect as of the signing of this agreement. So room usage and everything else and the 50 hours, and then anything over and above 50 hours through this fiscal year would be on the clock. I'm just making sure that we're not delaying the whole agreement until as of next year. Okay, just want to make sure. Thank you.
So Rachel, just for clarity, it's the staff recommendation as presented. Instead of 36 hours, it's going to be 50 hours for meetings.
Correct.
It's going to still be 2 ballroom weekends, 2 weekends of ballroom of use.
2, 3
Yes.
days, 2 full day
Right,
weekends. Yep.
right. And that's going to be what the agreement's going to consist of. FHCCA has a full year to try to figure out financially how they're going to try to make this work. So, and then they can report back to us, but the thing is, they don't want to have to deal with this next year. Another agreement. They want to be done tonight.
Right, I second that.
She's like, duh. Okay, so was it a second?
There's a second by Councilman Charnel.
Okay.
You want to do a roll call?
I think it'll be all in favor. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Thanks very much.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
You know, we have an outstanding staff, and I hesitate to single out anybody. But Rachel, you've done an extraordinary job on this. It's been, what, a year and a half? And dealing with the different organizations and dealing with this council. And I just want to pay tribute to you for dealing with such a complex issue and bringing us to this point.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next item is a legislative agenda. Again, no action. We've had no calls, so I don't really have anything to say.
I just want to make sure we didn't miss anything. Was it pulled, the 4% raise? Has that been pulled from the agenda, or how come we didn't talk about that?
It was in our budget, right?
Yeah, part of the budget. Part of the budget that you adopted, tentative.
Let it go.
No, I'm not going to let it go. I don't get it. We didn't discuss this at all, but it was just a part of the budget? It was assumed that it was.
Well, it was in the budget, right?
David, you want to just explain it? It was programmed into the budget. When you saw the tentative budget, it was in that budget last month, and it was in tonight.
So the 4% raise was in the proposed budget that was presented during the workshop. We called it out specifically in the tentative budget last month as a bullet item, saying that it was in there. And then it was also in the implementation memo that was passed tonight. The numbers were the same in the budget, but it also had it in the implementation memo.
Okay, well, I mean, we can't, I know we're not going to go back and relitigate a vote and everything, but I'll be on the record for vehemently being opposed to the 4% pay increase, and especially the 4% that will be given to the town manager on top of the $21,000 he's just been given. So,
Excuse me, Mr. Spellich, I will voluntarily decline that. So
Okay.
I'm on record tonight to give direction to staff to not give myself, because I did appreciate the market adjustment that the council did back in January. But I don't want that to be a distraction from the budget. And I did have a nice, generous raise in relationship to the market. But I am going to withdraw and ask that that not be given to myself.
Okay.
So I don't want to be a distraction.
Thank you.
I don't know how we handle that administratively, or if any of us agree or disagree, but we'll just move forward right now to council discussion direction to town manager. Anything? No? Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All in favor? Aye. Thanks.